are live. We are live. We are live. We are live. Let me get live on here. Got a few messages to respond to first before I get all the way live. Let me do this. Let me also, before I do that, let's I'm wearing several hats today, so bear with me. I can't do an update right now. Bluetooth to my Rodecaster Pro. Let's get that in the mix. So we're connected. All right. Let me get on Clubhouse. We'll get ready to get on Clubhouse. Let me see. Okay. I'm reading some messages. All right, we're about 1 minute from going live on Clubhouse. And I believe you guys will be able to hear it. You know. All right, 6:59. I'm trying to return some of these messages. Okay, I think we're just about to start. Let me just get live on IG right quick. And we're seconds away from it. There we go. Starting the room on time. We are now live. Yo, what up, everybody? Invite.
Final fucking Lee. Fucking miss you so much. Damn.
Well, I'm here now, so no need to miss. I'm gonna bring a few people on.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna bring a few people on stage. What up, Dabby? I'm only gonna have a limited amount of moderators because I got some really special guests coming through, and I got to kind of protect, protect what they got going on, and I don't want, I don't want any.
What's up?
Yeah, what up, Debbie? And I'm let me do that right there. I got a few more mods coming through, but I got some other special guests that are gonna come through tonight. And I'm excited about it. So as we let the room kind of cultivate, let me give us something to vibe to. It's got to be all original music. If you guys can source some people, let me get because I know you guys know the who's who are going to be dropping in today. I'm multi-streaming on several platforms right now, so I'm kind of doing a lot. A lot of people are looking to join this party.
Congratulations. Are you going to pin the link to your book?
I absolutely am. Thank you so much.
All right. I want to see it. I haven't seen you here for a hot minute, but I've also been doing some of my own things, so I'm glad to be in your room. Your space. And hello, Miss Monica Floyd. I haven't seen you either. Loving Miss Monica Floyd also. And of course, everyone else. Hi, Camelia.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I got it is. It's a party, yo. So we're gonna leave the raising hands available, and we'll pull people up accordingly. But like I said, I can't be a crazy stage because I got some really cool people gonna fall through, and this room is gonna get stupid in a minute. So let me ping them to let them know I'm here. Yeah.
Your sound is a little.
Say it again.
Your sound is like staticky or something.
It's good or bad? What are you saying? Is it good or bad? What do I need to adjust? Let's get it right. I can barely hear you. What up, Hunt?
What's up, Scrap? Not going to miss this. I'm bouncing between you and Dr. Ashley's room, but we'll absolutely be here to support your book. Congratulations, buddy. Proud of you.
I appreciate it, brother. How does this mic sound? Do I sound okay? I was waiting to get a sound check.
You sound perfect.
That's what's up.
Very clear.
Okay, and the music?
It's kind of low, but it doesn't. You don't want to be overpowering.
Okay, absolutely. So I'm also gonna go live on my IG to kind of let them know that we're popping right now. So yeah, man, the link is up top. For any of you who are in the room right now who have not had a chance to check it out, make sure you do that. If you happen to purchase it, make sure you it'd be super dope if you were to leave a rating and a comment. I'm trying to reach that bestseller status. I'm on the charts right now, so just so y'all know, like, one of the cool things, it's already at 7 and 8 respectively on 2 different charts. The global chart of books is like way out. It's like I'm so far away from that, it's ridiculous. It's like 6 digits or whatever. But the goal is to crack a dent in that and kind of get Billionaire Talk social digital currency in everybody's hands so we can communicate and reciprocate differently in the future. We got, if you're in the audience, go ahead and ping up. I am pinging while I'm speaking. I got to make some calls to some certain people to come and join the room and share their experience and their conversations about how social digital currency has affected them and how they've used it effectively on this platform and other platforms. There's some testimonials in the book. There have been some testimonials that are on the website, but there are also just so many people have been a part of it, of using it, especially on this platform. If you guys ever heard somebody say, spend some social digital currency, now you know why if you didn't know why before. So let me ping some people that I know have heard this conversation. And let me text the homie, let him know I'm in the room so he can come. There go Chris. Ping in your friends, ping in your people. Let's have a good time, man. I'm gonna play some tunes. I'm trying to keep it kind of, without playing some records that'll get me, in trouble. So bear with me. Yeah, I might just hit the same record like a few times. I don't know. So Sierra is my Sierra has been with me since like 2020, late December-ish, January maybe, somewhere like that, when this whole thing started popping off, when this whole thing became a thing, and we had like a whole little crew, man. I'm trying to ping in some of those people, not all of those people, but trying to. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Woo. All right, yeah.
I think you were just trying to say the entire point was that I used to harass him because he would have all of this stuff. I'm like, so you're writing a book, right? Because you keep talking about social digital currency, you're writing a book. Because that's the only thing that I see this coming to.
Yeah. And her hand has been on my back from day one. So you can attribute some of this to her for keeping me going and also being a resource. She's highly respected and intelligent when it comes to all of this stuff, all things book, but she's just a wealth of knowledge outside of that. And so, you know how they say you should keep people that are smarter than you around you. Well, she's one of my smarter than me people. So I know that I can call on her and ask her some questions. And if she doesn't, if she doesn't know it, she's going to find out, and she going to, you know what I'm saying? She going to make it, we're going to know the answer shortly. So,
thanks.
Nah, man, you're a rock star. And I appreciate you. And there have been a few people, man. I hope they come in here tonight so I can just appreciate them in the right way. There have been a few people who have been around and also have been encouraging. Carmelia has done several rooms on social media, and we've shared stages before and had a conversation about, some of these things that are the changes that happen in social media, how to use it better, all those different things. So Shout out to you, Dr. Gina in the building. What's up, Dr. Gina? Let me bring you up. And that's what I want to do, man. In this party, I want to hear, people who have used social digital currency and how they've used it and how it's affected them, and and their experience with it. And I know it's a slow start to the room, but trust me, it's gonna get lit. Nobody wants to be the first, except for those people.
I'll start up being first. So I'll tell you this: I never thought that I'd be a person who would ever be on any kind of social media my entire life. I actually was, when this started coming out, I was the last person to join up to Twitter, last person to join up to Facebook, last person to join to Instagram, all these different things, the last. I really was. I didn't have first mover advantage. People already had, millions of people following. There was way more than Ashton Kutcher being the top and Kim Kardashian being the top before I even had an account. And then when literally I came out of my shell because of politics, you had to start doing some way. You had to start connecting to people. And when the world got shut down, the only thing I could do was to go towards these media, these opportunities to do. And the advent of Clubhouse, because it has to do specifically with speaking, which I do in my business, it made it that much more of a bridge for me to get into posting and sharing and following up, where I have now, I think, not a good account, but a way better account than I ever had.
Absolutely.
And my exposure has magnified so much that not only have I ran a successful campaign, which I've been stolen from, that we're going through a whole huge forensic audit, which I'll be vindicated in about a year and a half because New York City is very corrupt, but it's opened the door for me to now run for another even bigger election where I essentially would be the boss of the position I first thought was unimaginable for me to run for.
That's dope. And
it all really got happening because of social digital currency, because of sharing and connecting with people that I never thought I would do. So, I'm hugely grateful for it, and I appreciate the First Amendment, and it tears me when people use it and abuse it incorrectly. So I know that this is your first book, Scrap, so hopefully the second, third, and fourth book, it gets to Dark Horse and all the other places, who knows where it ends, but I'm definitely a supporter. I'm always about a supporter. So
yeah, you have.
I want to thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dabby. Dabby's always been a dope resource and a spokesperson against all negative things. I mean, we've been on vaccine stages together. We've been in party rooms together. We've, he's been really cool and super supportive. And I had to invite him because I know he has a voice that matters, not only with just, social digital currency, but just period. Like, he's always been solid that way. So, definitely glad to have you here. Let me hit my people. I was doing that a little bit earlier, but the sooner
absolutely, and I'll be here most night. Anything that's going on, I'm happy to talk. I love good music and connecting with people similar.
Yeah, for sure. That's what's up. Let me see where the homie's at. I got the big homie coming through. He said hit him when I'm in the thing. So there's that. Let me see, will it paste?
You're the big homie. Ain't nobody better than you.
Girl,
more
stop.
important
Girl.
than you. So you already know.
Don't get me over here.
And I'm here too. Me and Camellia. So me and Camellia, we're big houses. So
yeah, man. I love y'all. You know that.
I'm here because of you. I don't care who else coming. I know everybody.
You sure do. That is the truth. I should have hit you with the list.
Celebrity friends. I don't care. It's about you. It's about you. That's why I'm.
Yeah, man.
Scrap, your girl is super nerd down there trying to be quiet.
Yeah, I see her. She don't want to come up. I invited her as soon as she came in, but I told her she had to be here, so I'll take that. But she know the floor. Whenever she want to come up, she can come up. But she was also a brainchild in this whole process. I was really fortunate. I gotta be honest, man. It's really indicative of my life. I've always been surrounded by really smart, intelligent, and giving people, man, of their time and their energy, and I can't be more appreciative than to have these, like I said, smarter than me people around me. You know what I mean? Like, they were during the time when we were all, you know, starting this journey on Clubhouse, and especially at the point where I was really, really trying to figure out what was the next step. You know, like I said, Sierra, Yolanda, Kira, which is like my right hand, which I you know, a lot of people have kind of maneuvered a little differently off the app and just got, you know, life is you know, managing their livelihood off the app. But in the beginning, like I said, core group of people that was super solid and just help navigate. And you know, I'll name a few. I probably won't name all, but I'm stupid. But yeah, so let me see if I can get there. So my homeboy Jeff came up on the stage, and so early on, in order for any great concept or idea to take place or to gain legs or whatnot, or proof of that it means something or that it makes sense, is when people are using it in places you are not. And probably one of the first people who really adopted the conversation and really had it down, like a lot of people was like saying social capital currency. They was playing with it at first. It was funny. People were saying it a whole bunch of different ways and whatnot. And Jeff would be in them rooms checking them like, nah, that ain't it. It's social digital currency or whatnot. And when when I heard him do it, I think I was in the room. I don't know if he was in the middle of doing it one time when I was in the room or whatnot. And I just had to let him know how much I appreciated him. And we've been solid since day one. He's been a huge advocate for that positivity on this platform and that kind of, like, you know what I'm saying? So we've been good. He's been in Cleveland kicking it all weekend at the All-Star weekend, and I'm surprised he was able to make it tonight. What up, Jeff?
Peace and blessings, brother. Man, yeah, I'm thoroughly exhausted, man, and just here to support you, man. I'm proud of you. Man, when you talk about social digital currency, man, it was a great revelation, I believe, that can only come from God, man. That, you know, as we all always used to say when we first got on the app, that we had billions and trillions of it. Mm-hmm. And most people, when you talked about social digital currency, they were actually thinking of actual currency, but not understanding that we were really talking about the platform of social media, in that if we engage with one another, and that's what social digital currency is, that if we engage with one another genuinely and help build each other up, we have plenty of social digital resources amongst each other to really help, you know, build each other and build our community, man. And that's what we did here on Clubhouse when we first got on this app, man, and to help, you know, share that message and, you know, and understand what it's all about, man. It's great, man. It's helped me. It's helped countless others. We talking about, you know, major influencers that, you know, have come through this app, and they talk about social digital currency, man. So dropping that book, man, and doing what you're doing, brother, and sharing that knowledge and that revelation, man, it's a blessing. It's amazing, man, and I salute you, brother, for taking that step of faith and moving out, man, in the deep with that. Because at the end of the day, man, you know, social digital currency is important as we move forward in the 21st century with technology and digital platforms.
That's what's up, man. So also, Jeff failed to mention that he had me on his iHeart Radio show, and you know, we had a great conversation, and that's another one of the biggest social digital currency spins you can have, is when you share the content with others. Like, that's what you're going to find in the book, right? A lot of times what I've discovered, not only just on Clubhouse, but also when I've been on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and other spaces, that people don't know how to correctly support and show, you know, show how they value you. And they don't know that they have social digital currency. And having that platform, having that opportunity to communicate and sharing that as one of the major spins on social digital currency, it was one of those things that, you know, you just wake up and you say, this is so easy. This is really the backbone of how you build whatever it is you're trying to build. So I put that in the book, and what I did was each of the websites, I did TikTok, I did Instagram, YouTube, Clubhouse, and it's five different. I always forget one. That I don't use. Either I don't use it a lot, or
TikTok, Facebook, Instagram,
Twitter,
Twitter.
and that's why and that's why it escapes me, because Twitter has the lowest social digital currency spend you can have. So that's, you know, that's why it's hard to remember. The highest ones are between Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, just in the value that you're able to spend and receive social digital currency. So I outline all those. I give you the, I tell you which one has a higher or lower. So when people are deciding, what I realized when I joined this platform, there were people who just didn't understand, and they didn't understand what they should do in terms of, hey, should I join TikTok? Should I join Instagram, which is a better social media app to be a part of? And then not only that, but just how to communicate while they're here in this space. How do I become a moderator? How do I get in the, how do I open rooms? All those little questions or whatnot was something that we were dealing with early on when we got on the platform. And so I just kind of was like, look, well, not the origin story of social digital currency, but we started communicating about it so you could have a better experience no matter what platform you're on. But they only put 2 platforms on Clubhouse, and I just extended it a little bit further. And without that, it's the engagement that I have with certain people, it wouldn't be there. It's kind of like the thing is, treat people how you want to be treated. Do to or with or for people what you would want them to do or for you. And so a lot of these relationships and a lot of people that you're gonna see that come into the room and come on the stage today are people that we built with. So,
hey, Scrap, can I add something there real quick, brother?
Absolutely.
You know what's interesting about the social digital currency movement? I'm gonna call it a movement, man.
All right, I'm with that. I'm with that as a movement.
What's happening is you laid the foundation for what we see now on Clubhouse with the engagement rooms, the different rooms where now they're showing people, when we have influencers showing people how to get on the Explore page on Instagram and how to engage with one another. So, again, when you talk about the social digital currency, man, and the leverage that you have because it's unlimited, it's amazing. So, and I'm not on the app as much as I used to be, but when I come on the app, I see more engagement rooms, how to be an influencer on IG, and all of that stems from the social digital currency revelation and concept, bruh. And so, man, you've actually really, really, man, between me and you really started a movement. And is helping so many people, business owners, people who are starting a business, people who are learning how to engage, man, and collectively. And I think, man, again, man, that's a salute to you and understanding that opportunity, man, and that moment, and understanding that the revelation of how powerful that could be.
Man, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been hearing, I know some other, like I said, some of my other guests are gonna come in tonight and share. It's a buddy of mine who had me on his podcast recently named Busy Work Beats, and his conversation was similar to what you're saying right now. He was just basically saying that it's, as time went on, I started to realize like it's a lot bigger than just this concept that it started out to be. And I kind of knew that early on when I started getting calls and meetings with people about social digital currency. But of course, at this time, cryptocurrency was just starting. Like, it was just building, it was just becoming a thing. And that kind of opened my eyes to some conversations that I was like, okay, that's different. I'm not in that space completely, but it helped me understand a little bit better about it. And then as I started watching people use it differently, like you're saying, to create these rooms and create these conversations, and then create this actionable thing that they were doing, it just became more imperative. That
even apps, brother.
Yeah.
Even apps have ran with social digital currency. You got now they're creating apps to where when there's engagement, Scrap, you make money based on your content and engagement with one another. You understand what I'm saying?
No, absolutely.
So now the social digital currency has now actual currency, and people are building on that, man, and they're taking advantage of it, man. And again, man, shout out to you and what you've brought to the table, man, and by opening our eyes, man, to see what this thing is really about, man. So, again, big shout out to you on that, my brother.
I like that. It's funny that you mentioned like the term I use now is conversion. If you spend some social digital currency, you can actually convert it into actual currency. And depending on who you spend it with, it will increase your social currency. That's the triangle effect. And I discussed that in the book as well, that, you can change your trajectory depending on how you spend your social digital currency, because there's so much value to it. I mean, I talk about this again. I'm really talking from the book. I don't want to give it all away, but I'm talking from the book right now when I tell you all these websites know exactly. All these platforms absolutely know. All these applications absolutely know the value that we bring to their platforms. And in doing that and in knowing that, they create incentives for you to stay. But if you don't use your social digital currency right, you will just be doing that. You will just be putting yourself in a position where you can't leverage the social digital currency that you're spending. And we've all fell victim to it. We've all done it. We've all got on websites. We've all just kind of, we got on these apps and just followed and liked and had no intention of creating any real kind of engagement, although we had an expectancy for somebody to do that same thing to us. But people don't know any better, and you realize that. I realized it when I was providing immense amount of value on this platform, and people were joining my Instagram in terms of my DMs asking me questions, but wasn't reciprocating any kind of social digital currency spend. There was no follows, no likes, no comments, definitely no sharing of my posts. And that was just unnerving to me. And it took for me to get, it's crazy. It took for me to be on this platform in order for me to, it took for me to be on this platform for me to even understand that. Had this, when some people was like, yeah, man, the pandemic was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I kind of took another approach. Like, I don't know if I feel like that, because there's so many things that happened as a result of it. And one was recognizing how I was spending my time and what that was worth. And then it prompted me to speak it out loud on a platform that gave me an opportunity to do that. So, so that's what got us here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things where you don't want to keep it to yourself. And the reason being is because here's the thing, if you're the only one who knows something dope, then you can't expect anyone else to reciprocate nor take that same thing and y'all conquer the world together. It's like having a friend who speaks another language, and you don't know that language that they speak, but they speak it everywhere they go. You like, yo, how do I get to know that? You know what I mean? I want to get to know that. I want to learn that. You know what I'm saying? And so it prompted me to say, as we started moving around in these rooms, started just kind of announcing to people, hey man, if you're gonna ask me something, especially off of this platform, man, spend some social digital currency with your boy. Like, just do something. I know you value me, or you wouldn't be asking me the question. I know you appreciate the years it took me to learn what I learned, and to be able to be in this room with you. But that's the least cost that you'll ever spend for what you get on this platform. That's it. Shout out to you, Carmelia. I see it. It just came through. Above my head is a link, you guys, if you guys want to order the book. And I'm shouting out Carmelia because I just seen she just did it as well. That today.
I'm a fast action taker, man.
You're a rock
You
star.
put a link on, I'm gonna buy the book and I'm gonna read it. So, and I'll leave you a wonderful comment.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's the other side of it. Rate, and comment when you can, you guys, on the book. That's the link at the top. Yeah, that's the direct link. Like I said, right now I'm charting on there. I want to get number one on one of them charts. I just want to be number one, and I can screenshot it, and I can forever say, I gave something to some people that really appreciated it, and they elevated it to number one status, and that my heart will be full.
Crap. You know what I think you should probably talk about?
What's that, Sierra?
The classes. You started, when we first started in December of 2020, we would come in and it would be the TRS show,
Yeah.
TRSX show, and you would have classes, kind of like group classes. We would take notes. Kiki was in there, and we would, have things to talk about, and we have to come back with our lessons learned and what were our actions that we took. And that was actually very beneficial because you had someone get a very big spin from using their social digital currency.
Absolutely, I did. Nah, man, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up because I did kind of, you kind of forget some of the processes in the beginning because that so many things have grown and matured. But yeah, we used to maybe 3-4 days a week we were on, and we'd have a conversation about, how have you used your social digital currency, or how would you like to use your social digital currency? And we had some really cool opportunities created for some people. And one of them was, hopefully he'll show up tonight, is Grant Cardone. Prior to, like, when this whole app came on, I know most of you didn't know who Grant was, like I didn't, we were all just being introduced to Grant Cardone. I had no idea who he was, but one of the people who was in the room with me named Quinn, she was, and Quinn was like, the question I used to ask him was like, well, who is it that you want to, who is it that you want to meet, or who do you want to have, to build some engagement with? I'll teach you how to do it with social digital currency. And she mentioned Grant Cardone, and I was like, I don't know who he is. Let me look him up. I looked him up, and then I was like, okay, cool. What would you, what is it that you want? What is it that you want to, what is it? And she was like, she just wanted to meet him, pick his brain, you know what I'm saying? And I told her, I said, well, okay, cool. Why don't you do this for me? Why don't you follow him first, like some of his pictures or whatnot if he's on Instagram. And this is the process for everybody. This isn't just for him, but this is the initial process when you get online and there's somebody that you think is a person of interest. You're gonna hear me refer to that as a POI throughout the night, but person of interest or people of interest. And when you do that, when you identify them, follow them and like some of their photos, because they're a person of interest. So it makes sense for you to like some of their stuff and to share, and to comment something witty, engaging, smart, funny, or whatnot. And when you do that, they're likely to remember you. And that's the bigger thing about all of it, is to say something rememberable. You guys have seen people in your comment section that have said something or another that was, catchy or memorable, and those are the people that you remember. So I told her to do that, and she went on his page, and it was, her turnaround was pretty decent and quick. I want to say it took her maybe 2 or 3 days of doing, of checking out his stuff and leaving comments or whatever, and she shortly after, she got a response. Now, funny, it wasn't from Grant. Now, what this is called is it's in the book as well. It's called the bullseye theory. It's where you aim for a target, but you're so visible in your approach to do it that somebody from within that group, somebody who's close to the target, maybe not the bullseye, maybe the ring outside of the bullseye, maybe the ring outside of the ring outside of the bullseye, notices it. And that's what happened. A friend of hers that was also a friend of his, connected it. He was like, he hit her up. She said, And you'll be able to read about this in you'll be able to read about this on your in the book when you get it. But you'll read about the testimonial of how the friend connected the dots with her. He was like, yo, I had no idea. This was a real crazy shift for social digital currency as well, because it really had been directed at your target. But the light bulb went off when it said, you know what? People are watching you. Like, that's, if y'all don't know anything else, know this. People are watching you guys at all times, whose pictures you like. And if you don't believe me, you can go and look on your Instagram. It'll tell you who liked your stuff. It'll tell you who sees, so people can see who you're following and all those different kind of things. That stuff is available for them to see. And so he saw her liking his photos and leaving comments and kind of making it known that she wanted to be, that she wanted to know him. And he reached out to her and said, hey, man, I didn't know you had an interest in meeting Grant Cardone. He's a good friend of mine. And I know she lost it when he said that. And he connected her, and she had an opportunity, to link up with Grant. But that's happened even on this platform. There were a couple people that were seeking an opportunity, and it was a real pivotal moment in social digital currency, because my partner in crime, Fireman, who's on the stage now. Fireman.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, I'm just kind of I'm discussing with them some of the ways this worked out for us or whatnot. But Fireman was a huge and pivotal role in the distribution or placement opportunity for social digital currency to be heard. So we have been opening rooms and music rooms, and this is where social digital currency was born. We were kicking it in rooms and just, and giving people an opportunity to be heard by a professional or professionals. Fireman, Crown. I was trying to invite everybody who was kind of a part of that situation, because it was really ginormous. And we didn't know it at the time. It was like the introduction. So I'm gonna give y'all the play, right? So we're in the rooms, we're all modding, and we're giving people opportunity to be heard and to discuss their music. And we would always say, yo, okay, that was dope, hit me in the DMs. And so when people hit you in the DMs, I mean, I don't know if y'all know this, but there is no limit to how many people can hit you in the DMs. So we would have 80, 90 DMs, because our rooms were about 400 or 500 people. There weren't a lot of clubs. Everybody wasn't and didn't have access to a club, which I could really appreciate that, because it allowed everybody to kind of manage ourselves in certain spaces. And so when we did that, like I said, I was looking at all them comments and all them DMs, and nobody, when I say nobody, I mean the increment of which my social digital currency on Instagram should have been exploited, should have been growing, it wasn't. So I answered all these, the first day I was the fool. I literally answered all the DMs. Hey man, like all of them, thumb jamming through all these text messages. So we did it, we was opening these rooms, and these rooms we would keep open for days on end, 2 and 3 days at a time. This is when marathon rooms was for real. Yeah. So one day, it happened again, and then I really went through it, and I just didn't understand. I was like, why these people don't do nothing? Like, why they don't follow me and like me, or comment or none of that kind of stuff? That don't make no sense. And then it clicked. It was like, they are really tripping because it costs them nothing to do this. This is a free thing that they can do. And whether we know it or not, we all helped make whoever these quote unquote influencers are on these platforms. We did that by spending social digital currency. And we did it at a point where we was like, we just gonna do it. We don't know what it means, but we just gonna do it. And that part was like, that's what it was. They don't know that they have this value that they can impart on somebody else. So immediately when I came back in the room with Fireman and it's Fireman, Crown, Honey, and a whole bunch of other people, all the DJs, all the music influencers, Jay, all of them, Emperor. We was all in this room, and And Fireman would tell them, "Oh, if y'all hit us in the DM, whatever." And I was like, "Hold on, Fireman." I said, "No, man." I said, "They can't hit me in the DMs." I said, "If y'all hit me in the DMs, y'all gotta spend some social digital currency." And I dropped it right there. I didn't even continue like a long conversation, but I just stopped it right there. Now, mind you, the way the room was set up, we had a whole queue of people that wanted to play their music and wanted us to have a discussion about it. So 1 or 2 people went by after that, but there was somebody brilliant and bright enough. I can't even remember who it was at the time, but they said, "Hey, can I ask Scrap a question?" And he was like, "Yeah, go ahead." He was like, "What is social digital currency?" And that's kind of where it all happened. That's where the opportunity to say, "Hey, this is what social digital currency is, and this is how you use it." And it was probably the first time anyone heard me say, "Spend some SDC for an SME on any S&P with your POIs," which means spend some social digital currency for a social media engagement. And I want you to understand that that's what this book is. It's a social media engagement tool. And I added social media engagement on any social media platform. So I outlined 5 for this one. The next one will probably have 5 or 6 more with some of the upgrades that have happened on this particular platform, and continuously go from there, because there's so many platforms that are picking up. And over that room going and rehearsing it, and then it becoming a thing, all of us started saying it. Like, all of us started saying, "Spend some social digital currency, spend some social digital currency." And we watched our numbers grow. We watched our engagement grow. We watched people, really, really embrace this idea. But I'll tell you, the pivotal turning point was created by Fireman, if you ask me. He called me, man. What time? You remember when you called me that morning, Fireman?
I don't remember what time. I don't remember.
This
what time it was. Yeah.
He woke me up and was like, Grant was in the room. Remember that?
Yep.
So he ran a play, right? So Fireman called me. It was about 6 a.m. Now, mind you, that wasn't like such a strange thing, because of the simple fact that we were on the app and the platform, on days in. So when he hit me, I was like, "Yo," he was like, he was like, "Yo, you got to get in here, man." Like, he called me. Y'all don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying. He called me on the phone, called me. He's like, "Yo, you got to get in here." And I was like, "What's up?" He's like, "Yo, I got Grant in the room." And most of you know Grant is a figurehead on this platform and whatnot. And so I came in the room and I started talking about social digital currency. Fireman pulled me up on the stage. He was like, "Yo, Scrap, reset the room, blah, blah, blah." So I'm resetting the room and I'm talking about social digital currency. And sure enough, I'm almost through. Mind you, I'm halfway through the pitch. I'm halfway through the pitch, and somebody boots me out of the room. I'm like right about to say like the finishing touch. I'm feeling it. The flow was good, because I remember I was rehearsing this. So at the point of getting ready to say, the punchline, whatever, I got kicked out of the room, and I thought all was lost. I thought it was.
I just pinged Grant in here, by the way, too. So hopefully he pull up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I pinged them 2 minutes ago.
All right, cool.
Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, no. So when it happened, I thought it was messed up. I hit Fireman and said, "Yo, man, somebody hated, man. Somebody kicked me out of the room." And he was like, "It's all good. I'm gonna try to get you back in here." But I couldn't get back in the room. And then moments later, I had a DM from Grant saying, "That was great." And from there, I was like, I'm on his radar, boom, boom, boom. But that was like, one of the plays that, I want to give I always got to give a shout out to Fireman, because not only for his influence on his platform, but he rides, you know what I'm saying? Like, he put some plays together. He's ridiculously, he epitomizes what the word engagement means. If anybody knows Fireman, you've watched him move around and engage on all levels. I don't care who it is that's been on this platform. Fireman probably got their phone number. That's all I can tell you, is that he has that kind of appeal and that kind of engagement. And he developed a relationship. So I'm giving y'all a history lesson so y'all can really understand where social digital currency comes from. And a lot of people are new to the platform. A lot of people didn't go through the rigors that we went through to help build this this community that we love on this platform. But in the beginning, there were rooms. Remember, I told you everybody couldn't get a club. So there were country clubs, so to speak. There was a club on this app. Excuse me. You could not join this app. You could not join their club without, what was it, Fireman, like $2,500, $3,500 or something like that? Like, you had to pay. You had to pay to be a part of it, and it was called the Winner Circle. And this Winner Circle was comprised of people who were on the platform. If I say it right, they were on this platform like early in March and April and June when none of us were on the platform. Like the app didn't start popping until we got on in November and December. Like we really, really brought the culture of this app to a new height. And so the goal was, after we saw that, y'all know how we are, y'all know how we be. The goal was to get on this platform and get into the space that was off limits to us. Y'all know how that works. We tried to get into this room, and you could get in there, but you couldn't get on the stage. You couldn't have a voice in this room. And that was like, if you tell somebody they can't do something, we rubbing our hands together like, okay, let's see. And so what happened was Fireman developed a relationship with CEO Matty J. And I remember all this stuff because these were pivotal moments in in us moving throughout this platform and gaining some influence and the opportunity to speak. And CEO Matty J was a part of this Winner Circle, along with Spectacular, Paris Hilton, Dan Fleischman, and a whole slew of elites. You know what I'm saying? These were the stages that Oprah would get on, or Gail would get on, and Nate and a whole bunch of other people of high regard, Fab Five Freddy, all those people. Now they have another one called they have a room now that they do called Breakfast or Dinner, something about dinner, something like that. But
breakfast?
No, not the Breakfast with Champions room, Queen. It's dinner. Dinner
no,
was
business over breakfast. Business over breakfast.
No, they do that room once a week with Horowitz with Horowitz. What's the room? It's called Dinner with Friends or something like that. And Fab Five Freddy's in there, MC Hammer's in there, Van Jones, like those people are all in there. So this was that group, but it was called the Winner Circle, and you could tell who they were because they all had a wrapped band around their profile, red or green, whatever color it was. They were all a part of that. So and Pharaoh was in there too, Farrah. He was in there as well, but Pharaoh wasn't bringing nobody up. And I was telling him, like, bro, you got to get me on stage. I want to tell this group about this social digital currency. I think it'll change the climate of this platform, and everybody kind of move a little different. But he, so after that, CEO Matty J got Fireman on stage, and Fireman, much like Honey, when it comes to the relationships that they have that are not, that may not be in alignment with these other groups or whatever, it's kind of like a rebel moment. You know what I'm saying? They both have a very rebel spirit in them, and on this platform, they've used it and have carved out a niche in so many different areas that has garnered the certain, the respect that they want on this platform. So when he did that, he called me, he hit me and was like, "Yo, I'm in." And I got on that stage, and there was a moment and an opportunity to speak. And that moment, I think, was pivotal in what we've done on this platform and the trajectory to it. I got a chance to speak about social digital currency, and so many eyeballs went up, and the inbox started blowing up. I think people were intrigued with the philanthropic side of it without knowing that that's what it was. But they also were intrigued by the digital currency side of it. You know what I'm saying? Like like I said, cryptocurrency was becoming a new and fresh idea, and I'm not sure if they thought I was at the forefront of it or whatnot, but that yielded me a lot of ability to kind of maneuver or whatnot. So I just wanted to make sure that y'all understand that, you know what I'm saying, none of this happens without social digital currency, but it doesn't happen without a team as well. And you need people on this platform to maneuver, to kind of situate yourself and to get yourself in position to offer your message, your point of view, or whatever it is on this platform. I want to invite Rory to speak. My homie Rory interviewed me. If you guys didn't catch it, you can catch it on Instagram right now. Rory and I had a great talk on his show, The Mitchell Report, and he's been solid from day one in his conversation, and respect for social digital currency. What up, Rory?
What's going on, Room? What's going on, Scott? Congratulations, my man. It feels good right now, social digital currency, and you're listening to the masterclass, you're giving to the whole entire audience, man.
Yeah, man. We here now. Where can they can you let them know where they can see this where they can see the Mitchell Report?
Yes. So the podcast is available on Apple, Spotify, just by searching the Mitchell Report Unleashed podcast. I do have a YouTube, so the full length features on there also too, just by Officially Rory. So again, Apple, Spotify, Mitchell Report Unleashed podcast. And if you want to check anything on the YouTube, it's Officially Rory.
Yeah, it's dope. So you guys can get a chance to check that out. We just had a real candid conversation surrounding social digital currency, so everybody could kind of just grasp the concept of it, who haven't had an opportunity to talk about it or hear about it, and it just kind of put things in perspective for people that are not my audience. And I told him even then, I don't know if he knew it or not, that he hit an incredible social digital currency spend when he did that. When you guys read the book, you're going to understand that is the greatest social digital currency spend you can have on any platform, is to share someone's content. The introduction of you to an audience that isn't already yours is amazing. That is by far the greatest social digital currency spend that you can have. So my other guy go ahead. I'm sorry, Sierra.
Oh, I was gonna ask you a few questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
To go along with some stuff. So we know that you are a producer by trade. So how has social digital currency affected you in that arena?
Well, especially now, like I said, social digital currency became that thing because we were all locked in the house, because we were all, kind of, forced to kind of reconcile with ourselves until this platform came along and allowed us to kind of communicate correctly. Like before, you had Instagram, you had Twitter, and a couple other things, but none of them seemed to translate in a way that, none of them seemed to kind of make it feel like what this felt like. Being able to speak to people, being able to communicate verbally and have an instant response. Most of the times, everything else that you ever did with had, a lag to it, or something, you know what I'm saying? Everything else lagged a little bit, or the give and take and response of it was not as effective. And when this came along, this kind of really put things in perspective. You could hear the sincerity in someone's voice. You could hear clearly their intent when they spoke. It wasn't a text message. You know what I'm saying? That part played a huge role in the ability to now not only talk about, what I've done musically and give people tips and information about it, but also discover new talent on this particular platform. We've been opening rooms and having contests and hearing about cultivating and shaping the climate on this platform in terms of talent, that I've been able to work with some of the talent. I've been able to, consult with some of the talent and just kind of, balance that need to not only create, but also give back. 'Cause that's a huge part of social digital currency, as well as just us as human beings and what we do creatively is to, elevate ourselves to a place where we can give back. So it's really lent a huge helping hand in being able to do that, but also to cultivate relationships with people who I hadn't known how to do that with effectively. And I'll really speak about it from another kid's experience that that was in our rooms while we were teaching. It was a young kid. he was like, yo, he was trying to reach 50 cents. And he had been in the room, and we discussed, a method of doing that by spending social digital currency, following, liking, commenting, turning on notifications, which is a huge one, so you could be first in the room. And he did those things, and then he came back and hit me like, yo, 50 didn't hit me, man, but they reposted me on what is his thing, 50 Shades or something like that. Whatever his platform is, This Is 50. That's what it was. He had got reposted on This Is 50, and he was like, yo, I'm gonna double down now, man, and see what happens next. You know what I mean? But that's kind of like that's kind of where I see it even being effective for people like myself, people in the music industry. Even with having the success that I've had, it still takes, it's a relationship builder. Anything about social media, the third letter in when I talk about social digital currency, you hear me say social digital and currency, and then the next thing you hear me say is social media engagement. And everything that we want to do as entertainers and professional and creative people is, it revolves around the engagement. Like we can, I always say it's not who you know, it's who knows you. And if you're not making yourself available and present, which social digital currency helps you do, people will never know you. You'll just know them. There are people that the way I value our relationship is being a person who's available for them to call. It doesn't matter, if I know Monica's a superstar producer, a dope ass singer and writer and whatnot. It doesn't matter that I can call her. It matters more that she can call me, you know what I'm saying? And I'm on her radar if she needs something or whatnot. Our engagement is solid, you know what I'm saying? Because it's reciprocal, and it's not contingent on just based off of, me reaching out, but I made myself open and available and, respected to the point where she can reach out to me. You can know the president, but if the president don't know you, come on, man, you can't do nothing.
I appreciate your organic masterclass going on, Scrap. That statement you just made about not about who you know, but who knows you. Did you coin that phrase? If so, you should.
I haven't, and I'm and I'm quick to coin some. I haven't, but it's just the understanding that I've always had. It's like it's one thing for me to say, yo, I can hit up such and such. Like a lot of us have a lot of people's numbers, but if we don't have the engagement to where they can reach out to us, then you haven't spent your social digital currency correctly, even on the social side of it. Like I spoke earlier how your social digital currency, when coupled with done right, will actually and can actually lead to a high actual currency spend. But all those things really correlate to what matters most in this thing is your social currency. What do people think and feel and say about you and what you've done and how you've been a part of their life? That's essentially what it all boils down to. Now, it's euphoric when I think about all of us doing that. Like it could be really crazy and dope, but it doesn't take everybody to do it. It takes a lot of us to do it so that other people can see it, and then there'll be a shift on how we move and operate on social media. And that's kind of what the purpose and premise of my book is. I just want things to be a little bit different, especially for those of us who have talent, who are educated, who went through things, who have amassed a wealth of knowledge, and we are usually willing to give that back. And we've always gave it back prior to this. We've given it back without knowing that or taking into consideration that people have the ability to sow back into us in such a way that we can, that we can benefit from it, and that everybody wins. I gave you some knowledge. You gave me something. I gave you knowledge for free. You gave me these follows and likes and comments that are free to you, but they mean something to so many other people when they see them. When it means something that you have a nice size follower count. It means something when you have a lot of people commenting. It means something, maybe not to you individually, but as a collective, it can help you out in certain situations. And I know so many of us benefit from that, but we also see these heavy influencers that we've spent a ton of social digital currency with benefit from it tremendously. Like you see like the kid that does the that guy, we all seen him on YouTube but we've seen him on our Instagrams and TikToks. The white guy who wakes up and he sings in the morning, he's doing that and he's dancing in his robe or what. I can't be the only one who's seen this guy, right? Anybody else seen the guy? I forget his name. He sings and he plays his good. He has a microphone always up to his mouth, and he plays the keys or his setup. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we know what you're talking about now. Yeah, he's dope.
Yeah, and so he's garnered a commercial. Like, did y'all see? I think his commercial played during the Super Bowl. Did y'all see that?
Not surprised.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I know who you're talking about, but also Scrap, you sing way better than that. Don't do that.
I'm just saying. I was giving the example of him. That was, hopefully nobody looks at that as a reflection of me. You're right. I can sing a little bit, but but to me, it's a matter of just saying how we spent our social digital currency and how it can actually translate into actual currency, which increases the social currency. So he has a really dope relationship with YouTube right now, based off the fact that they put him in position to do that. And so, you know, it wasn't that what he did was he made himself available and known, and that became, you know, accented by our social digital currency spend with him.
Actually, a great example.
Thank you so much.
I watched him from the beginning.
Yeah, it's crazy how we see that stuff, right, Terrence?
Yeah. I've seen him in a robe, and he would talk about some gritty stuff and do it really well with great music, and he'd walk you through the whole scenario of doing a song. And then when it was all said and done, he'd sing it live, and you'd be just throwing off your rocker. Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, man. I want to shout out Crown in the building. What's up, Crown? If you're by your mic. Crown was in our rooms earlier, and I bring up Crown because
what's up, bro?
Yeah.
I was just I was trying to get to somewhere a little quiet, but yeah, what's going on, bro?
No, I was just about to communicate how you're probably the first example and was in the first conversation space to where we converted, where the conversation of conversion from social digital currency to actual currency actually came into play.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's because when we've been on Clubhouse a while, man. Now that I think about it, we put in some time on here, man. If you look back to the OG days, it was really more about us building impact and making our experience on Clubhouse about how can we help others, which created a dope energy on the app at that time, and how like we all came together and joined forces as some of the biggest influencers. Well, sometimes I don't even like to call myself an influencer because I don't know. I would call myself a person that just has influence, but yeah, we all had a good time, like just coming up and impacting people and letting our voices be heard, and just shaking up Clubhouse and being some of the people who actually pushed this app to where it is today. And then once we created that rapport with the people and we built that credibility, I mean, we already were credible outside of Clubhouse, and we already had what we had, and were already like made in our industry. But when we came on here, it was kind of like you're stepping into like the metaverse, like it's like a whole new world. So when we kind of brought that same energy of what made us who we are outside of the app, and we built that rapport, then it was like, well, we're impacting people, we're making an impact. People are spending the social digital currency with us because it's reflecting in our following the impact that we're having on people. So now how can we monetize this? Now how can we turn this social digital currency into currency? And if you can be in the outside world and you can create a way to make a living for yourself with your talent, skills, and gifts, you can do the same thing on Clubhouse, because this is like an alternate world here. This is like its own world within our world. Absolutely. It is a form of the metaverse. So everything that you would do in the outside world, you can come into the metaverse here on Clubhouse and do the same exact thing and receive the same benefit. You're just not physically there, but our frequencies are here, our vibrations are here, our energy is here. Everything that makes us unique, beside what they see on the outer surface of our human form, you can just create so much here. And I've just seen so many opportunities to say, well, hey, I have value, we have value, we all have value, and a lot of people want what it is that we have to offer. But the dope thing about it is that we gave it away for a long time, and even still now, we just give it away. But there are people who are willing to pay for the information that we have, the knowledge that we have, the platforms that we provide. There's people that's willing to say, hey, listen, I see value in you. You give me value. So you know what? I can repay you for what you give me by spending some actual currency on whatever it is that you're providing. And it's just so many ways to do that here on Clubhouse. And I mean, it's just so much available here. So I was definitely a person who tapped into that and said, hey, like, you know, there are people, I mean, people that have reached out for music, I mean, beats, to pay me to be on, featured on certain media platforms that they have. Just so many different things, man. I just was like, yo, this app is like just a great asset to have. I don't even look at it as a tool. I look at it as an asset because it's something that can give you recurring value monetary wise, and it can also provide you just with unlimited access to just network and build a community that's gonna, you know, go on your journey with you. So yeah, man, it's like I see what you did with this app, Scrap. I mean, you done did this app like you done did this app, man. And now you got the social digital currency. Now, what everybody's been hearing about, now you have it in a tangible form now, where they can actually take this information and implement it to help them start to get the benefit of what it is that you've been telling them for over the last year. And now you get the return on your investment because the best asset that you have is you. You're the greatest asset. There's nothing in this world that's a better investment than yourself. So when you go and you click on Scratch link and you buy the social digital currency, you're making an investment in yourself. It's not just, oh, I'm just buying a book from Scrap. No, you're making an investment in you because the information that's in here is worth more than the $10 that you're gonna spend. He has thousands, even in some cases millions of dollars worth of information in his book. That just for the investment of $10 is like, come on, you can't beat that. And this is what it's about. The social digital currency can actually convert to real currency. You just gotta understand the information, and Scrap is giving it to you now. So make sure y'all take advantage, man, because there's so much opportunities not only in the real world but also in Clubhouse. So you gotta definitely take advantage of that.
Crown, well said. This is Tron. Thanks, Scrap. First off, just wanted to say, once again, Crown, well said twice.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Real talk. Couldn't have said it better. Scrap, first off, I bought your book. I can't wait to read it. I'm a big proponent for social digital currency, social capital, social currency, right? I remember reading white papers from Yale and Harvard. Stanford, I'm sorry. Several years back, and they were talking about the people who would be able to muster and control social capital and the variance of it, social currency and so forth, would have the magic bullet to 2.0. Now, I know we're in 3.0, but that's how far back it was.
Wow.
When I read that article, I started doing research. There were other reasons why I looked at this, but it was really fascinating. When you Google these words, you'll tend to find that these words are very clinical, which is ironic because they're actually sexy when you stop and think about it. But these words, for the most part, are very clinical. Platform by the name of Clout. I don't know if anybody remembers it. Klout. They focused on digital currency, but it was very myopic in their approach, and I can't knock it because they sold. I forget the company they sold to, but they sold for $200 million just for the algorithm of it all. Yeah, pretty huge. The thing about all the variations, and when I say all the variations, I mean social capital, social currency, social digital currency. Everyone has them. And of course, I don't want to take over what you're talking about, Scrap, because I love it. I'm just really passionately moved because when I saw the topic of the room, I had to be here. But everybody has these forms of these variations. The problem is that there's not a formula on how to measure it, and that was my goal. Now, let me tell you how this gets powerful. To supplement what Scrap is saying. When you look at Facebook started out for free, and you know the little term, how you start is how you finish. Facebook amassed over 2 billion people. The thing about it is that everyone in this room heard the term, the customer's always right? The customer's always right. However, Facebook came along and totally just took over and oppressed that whole theory and turned it around. Whereas the consumers, the people that mattered, they became quote unquote users. And they began to be monopolized. And the social capital was sucked up to this day. Now we're seeing a reversal, whereas the customers are now becoming right because they abuse the power of social capital by oppressing the people with it digitally. The first disrespect was calling them users, in my personal opinion. So now you have to look at this. If you have 2 billion people, if I were to ask each and every one of you, how much did you pay per month on Facebook? Most of you would say zero, with the exception of those who marketed on Facebook ads, right? Yet they were able to amass off of your social capital, which was way more than what you could have been spending a month, just on an average. This is crazy. So all these people, when I was in Silicon Valley, all these people would talk about Facebook was hitting this billion, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. Yahoo wanted to buy it. Microsoft wanted to buy it out. Yahoo tried, and they only got 1% at the time, blah, blah, blah. But yet no one could really tell you at the beginning how they were worth so much, yet had no revenue stream that was visible. Again, this goes back into social capital. So we're currently developing a platform I've been working on for several years now, and now we're actually in the cusp because it's so complex that deals with social capital. And I'm really happy that Scrap wrote this book. I'm really happy he's having this conversation. I look forward to listening to some more. But I just wanted to drop that jewel that he's right. It is more powerful than people think it is. As of today, Facebook lost $500 billion in value. Sheesh. That's a $500 billion. What I'm saying is, if that's not seeing social capital move in a different direction, I don't know what to tell you. We got back from Lisbon, Portugal, from the Web Summit Conference. They had the whistleblower of Facebook to get up there on front stage and speak to the people about Facebook and bashing them, when ironically they spoke about Meta a couple months later, praising them, with the same man at the helm, and nobody caught this. This is the whole digital spin, and we're seeing everything coming to light. But long story short, y'all, it's a beautiful time to experience this transition. Scraps on something huge. We're on something huge. Anybody who wants to catch our landing page, white paper, pitch deck, and whatnot, feel free. It's in my bio. It's going to be a long development time, so I'm assuming we're going to be around 12 months, but we're filling up all the particulars right now, so it's not an easy process for what we're doing. But anyway, love and light, y'all. I'm Toronto.
Yo, it sounds hella interesting, man. I'm sure a lot of people are going to check it out. Just to, that was well put, and we received that, man. I appreciate it, Terrence. It was a deep dive, but we, we're surrounded by very, very smart people in this room, so I know everyone that heard it appreciated it. I was also speaking to the social digital currency convert. We were the ones, and when I tell people, like, when you guys got on this app, a lot of things were already in place for you. One of those things was at a point where we joined this platform, and like I said, we were spending days on this platform. When we started spending that amount of time on here, and we started realizing, like, yo, we're not getting paid for this, man. And of course, social digital currency became a thing, and it was like, what's next? And all I could think of was, I know people on this platform want to take it a step further. I know people on this platform, when you've got rooms that are open for hours and actually days at a time, I know people want to sow into those people who are holding those rooms down. And we were the ones who put together actually converting social digital currency into actual currency. It made the conversation a little bit easier, because I know they borrowed from that on this platform, because they had no idea how they were going to monetize this platform. And we discovered that in January, long before they did, that people in the audience, people who were a part of this conversation, really, really wanted to show something even more after social digital currency. Like, there were people who wanted to really be in the they call it tipping on here, but we called it, hey, why don't you do something, you can extend your social digital currency by converting it to actual currency by, buying one of the moderators some coffee or dinner, if they've been on here for 6 and 7 hours with you waiting for something to go down. Hopefully they got their Cash App, Zelle, Venmo, PayPal in their bio, so that you could do that. And that was one of the things that we kind of introduced to the platform, that allow people to go above and beyond just spending their social digital currency. But it was the conversion, I think, and that conversation that helped make it easier, make us all feel a little bit more at ease. Like, yeah, you're right. These individuals have been on here a very long time. And in most situations, we're kind of like we are right now. Wherever we are, we're positioned, we're being attentive, we're actively listening so that we can engage and be a part of the conversation. So our lives are typically, in this situation, our lives are on hold for a certain amount of time. And social digital currency is great, but if you go a step further and say, hey, man, let me just buy you lunch, man, let me just do this for you, that went over so well that I know that we've contributed to that part of it. And of course, the final part of your social digital currency converting to actual currency is that last part of it, where your social currency is brought up because of that. I want to shout out Charles, man. Charles has been on the platform, and Charles has been super duper supportive on this platform. And for those of you who are kicking it and hanging out with us right now, let me just implore you. You have an opportunity to spend some social digital currency right now. You can follow the club. You can ping some people in here. You can follow me if you aren't. You can follow these moderators on the stage if you aren't. There are several social digital currency spins that you guys can do and have and actively be a part of right now. And if you don't know what that is, that's even more reason for you to hit that link at the top. That'll take you directly to Amazon. The ebook is available for you right now. It's available for you right now to purchase. You can, the minute you order it, it's in your Kindle or whatever ebook digital format that you have. And then, you can thumb through it while we're talking, and so you can get some ideas of how you can spend your social digital currency and what it can mean to you as well. But I wanted to shout Charles out, man, because again, Charles, Rory, and a few other people on this platform that have been on here as of recent, and when I say that, I know people call us OGs because we were like here in 2020, but my 2021 guests that are on the stage, man, you guys are awesome, in the light bulb going off very quickly for you when we have the discussion about social digital currency, and how I've watched you guys take that that torch and kind of light up the rooms that you guys are hosting. And Charles has been really effective, along with Rory and some others, of cultivating some really cool rooms. And I've been able to be a part of them and witness him communicating. And there was no way I was going to do this room without him, man, because the way that he supports, he's a person of interest to me. What up, Charles?
Hey, big brother Scrap, how you doing?
Man, better now that you're here, bro.
Hey, definitely appreciate that. The first time that I ever had the word social digital currency was when Scrap said it. It was also when I checked through his bio, I think some 7-8 months ago, and I began to actually learn how very underused the term is, because it's something that is very pertinent in today's world. If you do not actually understand that social currency is something that is very imperative, if you do not understand that it's something that you can be able to make a living out of, or that's something that you can be able to use to help other people make a living, then you're bound to misuse it. And that's one of the main things that I figured out from Scrap, because you'd say that a lot of us have it, but we just do not know what we have. That's why so many people underutilize social media, because they do not truly understand the power of it. But everything came full circle when I started to understand more about the ethos and the methodology behind the term itself, social digital currency. And I'm just so excited and honored to be in this room, sharing it with great mods such as Crown, Honey, Darby, Rory, a lot of familiar faces, and Scrap. This is a wonderful room that you put together. But, everything that you had to say about me, I say it back to you 1,000 times, because a lot of people on the stage and even in the audience, they have gotten a chance to really learn from you, not just from an intellectual standpoint with social digital currency, but just even from a moral standpoint. You're just such a stand-up guy, and it's just a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. No, thank you, man. It's individuals like you and Rory and others who and Jeff, like I was saying earlier, who embrace social digital currency and introduce it to their rooms and their conversations that really, really humble me, man. And and like I said, I like to surround myself with people who I respect and who I think that in any situation I'd speak highly of, and you're one of those people. And so I had to. I see my girl Leo in the house, and I know Leo has been off the app for quite a while, so it's pretty cool to have her in the room. I remember meeting Leo in one of those rooms that we created, the Sierra was talking about earlier, where we were teaching more about social digital currency and those things. What's going on, Leo?
Hey, Scrap, what's up? I have a pretty bad background, is really noisy, but real quick, I just wanted to say congratulations, and I'm really, really proud of you. And also, when I'm on social media, like sometimes I can hear some of the things that you said, like just whisper in my ear very lowly, like, you know what, I'm over here, why scroll? Like, really, let me go show some love, especially to my homegirls out there with their businesses and getting started up. This was the perfect time for everybody just to get really involved with what they like doing. And, everybody seems to be doing, like their nails and their wigs and, making stuff. And I just go to people's pages and show a lot of love. I'm so sorry. I'm like in the city right now and there's so much going on. But I did want to say congratulations. Really proud of you.
Yo, thanks, Leo. And I think what she's saying is indicative of what I would love for everybody to do. I think that's the perfect response and way to be is, man, it's so easy to spend some social digital currency. It's simple. It's super. It's one of those things that you do unconsciously for strangers that now you can do and use effectively in a way that will garner the response or the presence or whatever it is that you want. Like I said, this is crazy because you can, if you use your social digital currency correctly. Now, for the engagement that you want with the person or people that you want, then hopefully you've already got a plan of action that you want from that. I'll give you guys another example that's in the book. There is a young lady, and I wish she was here. I've been trying to find her. Her name is Dejanay. And Dejanay has one of the most exciting, uplifting, voices and demeanors about herself that, man, it was a delight to have her in the room. She always lifted the room when she came in the room. So, I'll read you a little excerpt of her, of what she took from the rooms that we had. This is just, we'll go here. It is a must, and I highly recommend you come with a pen and paper or your laptop. Please take notes. They are dropping fresh pearls coming straight out of the sea. Nothing but the knowledge to help you shine your light in the dark tunnel. This is your time to get your own spotlight and build your foundation. That $1 billion dream you want is within yourself if you apply the right SDC and make yourself valuable. One message to you all: if you're wanting to work with that celebrity client, do not send a DM without doing the following. Follow their IG, click the bell on the top right corner of their page, which will alert you when they make a post, so that way you will be one of the first to get their page notification, which can help get you noticed. When you get that alert, make sure you show some engagement. It can simply be just liking a few photos or commenting on a few pictures. I can say this over and over when you comment: make sure it is at least 5 words without emojis. With all, I just want to say thank you to Scrap for welcoming me into the Relationship Expert Show family. This is a family where we are making ourselves noticed and unbelievably valuable by applying the SDC knowledge. And 2020, I can't remember when she was in the room, but she says 2021 will be a year full of billionaires who apply the knowledge learned from the Relationship Expert Show. God bless you all. Now, the reason why she was as excited as she was and whatnot, it was because there had been a young lady, I don't know if you guys know of this fitness person and inspirational person on IG named Stormy. Stormy was online and teaching, and she was somewhat of a hero to Dejanay. And she had already reached out to her. Dejanay had already reached out to her in October on her IG to no avail. She got no response, and she was a little discouraged by it. And when we were in the room, I just walked her through it, and she outlined a little bit of it, but I walked her through it. I said, listen, man, go back to her page and just like some of her pictures, but comment something that would be indicative of who you are. You have such a great and bright personality that if anybody heard it, it's infectious. I think that they will want to know what you're talking about. Now, don't expect an engagement right away, but just start nurturing that relationship. And as she was doing it, I come to find out, I think it maybe took her, it was pretty quick, a day or two or something like that. And the lady, Stormy, had read her message, and I don't know what she said in the message. We never got into that, but whatever it was enough for her to say that she would be her mentor. And Stormy had been mentoring her since that post. And I was like, that to me, amongst some other situations, is exactly what social digital currency is supposed to do. For all of you guys out there, who want a presence on social media, you're gonna have to do a little work. The problem before was you didn't know what that work was or how to do it or what it was, what it would entail. But this hopefully is giving you guys the opportunity to understand, like, you're gonna know what you need to spend, how to spend it, and where to spend it at correctly. That's the key to not wasting your time while on social media. Like, I don't even care if you don't even have a super serious goal at the end of the day. You still want to know if you're throwing your time away, at least you know how you're throwing it away, and then you can make an adjustment should you feel the need to be like, yo, I want to do something different. So I will dive in, and if anybody has any other any questions or whatnot regarding the book and what it may entail, I'm open to hearing your discussion. Sierra, what's going on? $10K.
Hey, Scrap, this is Queen Goddess.
Hey, Queen.
Thank you. So I did see your interview that was posted on YouTube with Busy Work Beat.
Yeah.
I must say that everyone that is in the audience, if you can take a moment, to just, we're speaking about spending your social digital currency appropriately, correct? So we know for a fact that Scrap has a YouTube as well as an Instagram, and both he goes live on simultaneously, right? So at one point, if you're looking to, I think, advance your capabilities within that realm, his YouTube is definitely a place that you can find him connecting with others, as well as, on the music tip. And he also gives a lot of insight in reference to like the projects that he's doing and things like that. Now, it may not be something that you're always going to catch stage, because what I did notice is with Scrap specifically, he'll do like kind of cliffhanger type posts, where so he'll go live but not save it type energy. So it's just like you have to be in the loop in order to do it. And that would actually gain a lot of traction and momentum when it comes down to conversational pieces. Like, hey, did you see the live? Or did you hear that? Or, X, Y, Z. But in reference to the interviews, if you're in a position to hit that share button, we have so many capabilities within these social media platforms to be able to spend our social digital currency. For example, if you know that that you have more following on a certain app, share with that app, or suggest it to a friend, or even down to the good old text message. Copy the link, send it to the text, send it via text. Hey, I highly suggest that you check out this account, and not even just with Spread, but with other accounts as well. Like if you feel as though you're being edified within the conversation, within the topic, then I almost can guarantee that someone connected to you would also feel that same love. And they would be much appreciative, and you'll find some of that social digital currency coming back to you as well. Not saying that it's like a reciprocity rule, not saying you give from the goodness in your heart, right? Knowing that in the time of social media, that it still does come back with, universal merit. So all those big words mean, don't be afraid to share the love outside of social media as well, and I'll leave that there. But, I'm just so thankful that you did take that step and actually wrote the book, like truly, like it's just, y'all get it now, and if you haven't already shared the page, hit that greenhouse at the top, definitely express that appreciation, in a way that may feel like it's effortless. If it's coming from the heart, it's going to always come back to you. And I appreciate you, Scrap, and most definitely everyone in the tribe that is listening and that will hear the recap from this. And most definitely continue shining, Scrap, always.
Yeah, I'll tell y'all to follow Queen, because she's always got an uplifting word or message for you, and she always ends any conversation or transaction with you leaving you better than you came. So I appreciate you saying that, Queen. But yeah, y'all make sure y'all, that's a social digital currency spend. Make sure you guys follow her, and she opens rooms as well on this platform, and they're really cool. And you'll get an opportunity to really hear her speak about her passions a lot more, and they're deep, you know what I mean, and they're very introspective. They'll have you thinking and have you figuring yourself out, you know what I'm saying? So I can appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Yo, 10K.
Captain Scrap is in the building. What up, fam?
Yo, you got it. What's good, fam?
Man, I was right in there over this week, and I tried calling you, but before rang out, I'm like, okay, Scrap is busy. I'm trying to get him to sell some damn books.
Yeah.
So look what I do, Scrap. First off, to everyone here on station in the audience, Scrap, the moment I got onto Clubhouse, has always been a real one from day one. He's never changed up his stripe. And Scrap, I just want to shout out for that. Also, I see you have the book for $9.99. Is that correct?
Say it again.
I see you have the book for $9.99. Is that correct?
Yeah, the ebook is $9.99. The hard copy is $25.99.
Okay, if you want to present someone one of the ebook, can one person pay for it and you get it to that individual?
Yeah, you can gift it.
Okay, so I'm gonna pay for 10 books, and you're gonna decide how you want to distribute them. I just want to contribute towards your book launch, man.
That's
so I'm gonna pay for 10 of those books. I'll send you the money right now, and you're gonna select. Is it on Audible as yet?
Well, it's not on Audible. I am doing the audio book now, so the audio book will be somewhere around March 15th.
Okay, the moment the Audible is ready, let me know. I have over 1,100 books on Audible, and I'm going to be happy to add yours to my library as well.
That's what's up.
So I'm going to pay for 10 Scrap, and on behalf of 10K Cards, I want you to distribute them to individual that would like to have it, and for whatever reason can't afford to get it or whatever it is.
That's what's up. You know what?
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, you know what? We'll do something like we'll do something with that. I want to make sure that it's reciprocal for you as well with 10K Cards. So we'll figure that out. I appreciate that. That's huge. Thank you so much.
Come on, Scrap. You know better, man.
Yeah, man.
You gotta shop, but you have to show love for your people. That's it. So thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, Sierra. I'm seeing Sierra the second time for the day. Oh man, is that I'm in good trouble, or I'll be very lucky today?
Right.
Sierra, which one is it?
It's good trouble. It's good trouble. You're lucky. Don't worry, you're lucky because you guys know I've been off this app for months. But I only came back for y'all.
I like that.
Yeah, man. That's love right there.
I gotta show for you, Scrap. Come on, I'm sending money over right now. Check the cash app in a couple minutes.
My God, thank you so
Scrap,
much.
appreciate it, man.
Talk to me, Terrence. What's up?
You can always tell a room by the very social currency given. You can always tell a room, and some people say it's peaceful, but I mean it's just you started it out, and it's collectively expressing itself throughout the whole room of just calmness. It's like everybody has some chamomile tea. You know what I mean?
Right.
A little bit of valerian root and lemon balm in it, like that. That's what it feels like in this room right now. So, all peace, man. Gratitude.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying this a lot.
This is pretty indicative though of our rooms, and this is why I opened the room a couple days ago just on some. If you know me, every now and again I'll just pop on and open up my own rooms and whatnot. And when I did that, matter of fact, Lisa was here, and Lisa was one that kind of suggested that we kind of return to what we did before, and that was what you just mentioned, Terrence. Our rooms are very calming. Like our rooms are super chill, heavy on the information and education, but mainly it's strong in the love. We wanted to. I would have loved for Yolanda to come up on stage. Yolanda and our relationship was one of those that was built out of, hey, what's going on? Okay, we got you. You know what I mean? She entered our space and has never left in respect to, being in our hearts and being a part of what we had going on. So that's always been the currency in our room, more so than anything is, our social digital currency is rooted in this safe network of people that we have around us, and the energy and the vibe, and the people coming here and they're able to let their hair, the girls are able to let their hair down, the fellas kick their feet up, and we can have a really good time. And usually we just go with the flow, and we'll have some topics sometimes that we like to discuss. Excuse me, because it's called the Relationship Expert Show. Everything that we discuss is we understand our whole life is rooted in social digital currency. In the context of our lives online. Our lives online this is nothing but social digital currency being exacted in every way possible when we communicate with one another. So with that, the protective space that we give is just, listen, man, come in, let's talk about whatever we want to talk about, because everything has to have a relation to something else. And that was why we named it that. It was like, we thought about the conversation was about like different ways to approach relationships, but ultimately, this concept of social digital currency is all relationship, like on every level. And the more over the last year, and the more I've discussed it, the more it becomes, relevant that, the way that you pour in is usually the way it's going to come out. And if it doesn't, that means your pouring has to be a little bit different. And if you're creative, you can find these ways of pouring. And I'm only saying the same thing with social digital currency. Each one of these platforms that we join want you to sow into them, and that's what their benefit is. But we need to sow into one another in order for us to regain or obtain any kind of benefit, because we are all uniquely made, but we all have some sort of offering, whether it's, yo, man, you know, when Roy Smile in his picture already, and Queen and Hunt and everybody's pictures that you see, you already want to smile. You know what I'm saying? You already want to engage. But when you communicate with these people, it's an extension of that. And you begin your conversation from a different space. You begin your conversation from a space of, you know, hey, love, you know what I'm saying? It's from one of those positions. But Lisa was one of the people who has also commandeered this platform and has, what I like about her is she thinks outside of the box. And I think that's a one of the things that allowed me to even communicate about social digital currency is I've never thought like everyone else. And there have been spaces I've been in where I've been ridiculed for that. And I think that my life leading up to being strong enough to voice my opinions and the way I feel out loud is what's been able to sustain me, even in the midst of, this. I just think this was one of those things that is bigger than me. I already can tell you that in terms of even coming up with it. I always tell people, hey man, I don't know if I'm that, I don't know if I was that, I don't know if I alone could ever be so smart that I would ever come up with something like this. And this is where my faith, this is where my spirit, this is where I know there's something greater that is in me, that has been prayed over me, that has been inducted in me, that allows something like this to be birthed from me. So in these spaces, you know what I'm saying, we kind of gravitate to one another, so it's always a safe space. And so Lisa was like, yo, you got to open more rooms again. So I believe we're going to do that, Lisa. I think that's going to be something that we start doing maybe once, twice a week, and just kind of gear things back up. What do you think about that?
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, it's going.
Scrap, you know what I was saying? If possible, like once everyone or the ones that have already purchased their book, if we can do like a closed chat or a closed tribe circle, where so we're literally reading the book together. Oh my God! That's gonna be so amazing. I mean, and where you want me to read the book, you can put it on audio. Definitely, I am spending my social digital currency right here to let you know my voice is available for me to read the book on Audible if you need that.
That is awesome. But I love that idea. But hey, why be selfish? We should share it with everybody. So I think the room should be open.
Yeah.
Even if they don't have the book, maybe they will get inspired, to buy the book. Or, just a thought.
Yeah. I mean, I get it from Queen's perspective. Like Queen is like saying a perk of those who have purchased it. We'll do something special for those who have purchased it. And then I want to do, and absolutely, Lisa, I think there's definitely room to, there is an expectation for us to open up a room and just have the dialogue. I think what's going to make that a lot easier on me, which is one of the other reasons why I wrote this book, is, man, I can't be in all spaces and all places at all times. And this message needs to be heard in such a way that I can't be the only one who knows this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So creating this book allows it to be in other people's spaces and places that I can't be in. I know it's going to enter into homes I'll never visit. I know it'll be read and taken in by minds that I will never get to chit chat with. But that's the point of it, is that the Audible side of it, I think the Audible is going to help because it's birthed from an audio app. Like the idea itself it was birthed on this platform. And I don't think y'all can tell me if y'all ever get tired of hearing me talk, but the audio book, I think is also, I think it parallels what we do here on this platform. And I think that it gives an opportunity for those people who have heard me speak on this platform to continue to hear it and to actually have a piece of that conversation that we've been cultivating for over a year now.
And you know what else, Scrap? You know what else I would like to see? Just to fill your lap up with even more new projects. I'm an idea person. I would love to see you do a class or develop some sort of, Udemy or something on writers that are on Clubhouse, right? Because I would like to, write a book. So if you could talk about like the publishing, the aspect, how did you get started? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was your process? And like monetize that for other creators who may want to be able to do something similar that you've done with their own ideas, right? And, You could do like a Zoom. I don't really know how people do their courses and stuff like that, but I think that's something else that you could get another stream out of something that you've already done and get value and share that value with other people.
Nah, man, if y'all seen the...
You know, when multiple people tell you to do something, I'm just saying, when multiple people tell you to do something, I'm just saying, that's all.
Wait a minute.
Listen, no.
You already told him that,
Listen, I was just about to say that. I was about to say, if y'all didn't hear that shotgun cock in the background, that was Sierra.
I didn't hear that earlier. I was on the phone.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, by the way, Scrap, this is
about 8
fun.
months ago.
Just give a quick PTR, buddy. I ordered your book and put the PTR just so you can see, buddy.
My guy. There it is, you guys. That's so dope. Listen,
Well, I know.
For those of you who are ordering the ebook, the last step of after ordering it is, at some point, man, rate it and leave a comment. Again, we're chasing bestseller status, and when I say that, I mean it's a bestseller right now. When you look at when you ordered it, it tripped me out when I saw it as well. I'm gonna see if it's. Can you see it from? Okay, no, you can't see it from Hunt's screenshot, but it bugged me out because I went to. Now I had some pre-orders, which was super dope, because we've been talking about it for a couple weeks in advance now, but once the pre-order link went up and people started ordering it, I went to the site today and it was like today it dropped at midnight last night and it said, number 7 in advertising, number 8 in marketing or something like that. And it blew my wig because it had bestseller next to it. Now, mind you, I'm over here screenshotting like a mug because I'm like, oh my God, I got to show somebody, but I realized the real, that is an amazing accomplishment. And if you know me, I really celebrate everything, because just to be able to even do this, you know what I mean, is awesome for me. Like I never imagined, I had no plans on writing this book. I hope you understand that. And Sierra will tell you, I was like, in the beginning, I was like, I wanted to write a book about something else. You know what I'm saying? When I thought about writing a book, I never discussed writing a book about, social digital currency. Cause I didn't know the concept, it wasn't a thing, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, it grew legs and whatnot. And then like with the, with Sierra, Yolanda, and Tiffany Haddish was a huge influence. We had a conversation on the phone after her Black Unicorn book came out, and she just kind of really just put some things in perspective and and I felt really at ease when it came to beginning the process of putting it together, because and I think you have an awesome idea, Lisa. It is worth the conversation to have about the process. Oh my God, the process. You know what I'm saying? Like it's been a year.
Right.
Like, yo.
Scrap, let me bother you really quick. I was about to go into the hallway and pose that I actually bought 10 books, but no capping on the goddamn app. Look at your text message and verify that's the cash app. I just want to make sure. That's all I need from you. Thumbs up. Let me send the money so I can go into your hallway and start actually blasting it.
Oh, I see it right there. Let me see. Just to be sure, is this? Yep, this is that.
That's you?
Yeah. That's all.
God bless. Let me have that right now.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you buying. That's huge, man. That's huge. We'll bless somebody with that. This week.
Let me buy it quick before John is here. He's going to embarrass my purchase. Let me buy it really quick on Scrap. John, how are you?
All good. So, Scrap, since you brought that up, let me ask. I'm curious. What did motivate you to write this book in particular? And also, since Queen got the female dibs on your Audible, I'll do the male.
Talking about spend that currency.
So, man, what really was the thing was, I realized that being in these rooms and speaking about some of these things is like a fart in the wind. You say it, people hear it. Some people, it gets on and stays on, and then other people, they smell it and just remember they smelled it and that was it. And I was like, that is not going to benefit anybody as well as putting it somewhere. They say if you really want to, make an impact, if you really want to reach the people, then write about it. You know what I mean? Write about it. And the parallel to my career, I'm a songwriter, producer, and people have always had a great conversation about the way that I write. And I just never really dug in. You know what I mean? I never really said, hey, let me write this. I wanted my first book, and don't laugh, please, because I'm writing this book still. And Sierra's going to tell me I shouldn't even talk about it. But I was going to write a book called Never Stop Mackin', which was a relationship book. That the premise for that book, and I'm going to write it, was because a girl told me that fatal question that all of us guys hate to receive, which is, why don't you do the things that you used to do? And I wasn't the one who changed that parameter of that, but I understood the premise of why she would say it. And I said it to myself, never stop macking. Like, you can't take your foot off the gas. When you're in a relationship, however you set that relationship up is how it's got to continue. And so that was when I thought about writing a book, that's where my head was at. And then this came as a godsend in terms of the conversation of social digital currency. I was like, I can't say this in all these rooms. Like, I'm not able to be in enough places for people to understand, like, this is dope for everybody. Like, this is really good for everyone to kind of grasp onto, because it does what social media was meant to do, which was engage. I know people think it's there to entertain, but if you never watched it, if you never engaged with these people's posts and things like that, it gets lost. So this was built to help people understand, like, hey man, it's cool to invest and give, your follows and likes and comments, because you may be supporting somebody who really, really is going to make a difference in the future that wouldn't if they didn't have that elevated platform from you engaging with them. And then on the flip side of that is it costs you nothing. It means the world to those people that you use it with.
I like the Mackin' now.
That's
what
what's up.
Sounds like a good book.
Look, also, Scrap. So before the last two beautifully just to say the conversations, right? I wanted to say, so did you know? I'm gonna just say now because I was jumping for joy, like, that's a spot, right? But get to it quickly, right? I go on Amazon, so type in social digital currency on Amazon.
Yeah.
Guess where you are right now, Scrap?
I don't know.
You're the fourth book from the top on the first page, love. Like, I'm so serious. Like, that's what I'm talking about, energy. So even if somebody has, decided that they're going to hold off. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, even if they decided, wait, I'm just gonna wait till the end of this chat to see. People are looking, they are searching, they are browsing, and they are absolutely spending their social digital currency. Now, with the conversion, of course, you're going to see that conversion, and we're going to feel that conversion as a prize. But I'm just so elated to see all of the support, and this is literally because of social digital currency. And I know specifically because this is what people in, like, China and stuff do. They literally market, via social digital currency on on our WeChat and stuff like that to get their stuff to the number one. So just the fact that even within this engagement and all of the footwork that Scrap has done and the tribe has done on the previous end of this, I'm telling you, like, it actually matters. You're watching these conversions happen in real time. And if you don't go get the book now, I mean, who's to say that, you're not going to wish that you didn't get it by tomorrow when it's probably going to be, like, number one? Because, I mean, I'm just saying, we don't go no further.
Say that. You can say that again. Woo!
Hey, what do you mean tomorrow?
Right now, it's tomorrow somewhere already. So either way, it's number one.
Hey, Scrap, I just bought 10 hardcover editions to be sent to me in New York, and I'm going to work with you on people that we can give them to. So Congratulations on the book. It's amazing. And I'm going to move you up that chart myself. I have to do it all alone.
Oh, man, John.
Be alone.
John, I'm with you. John.
Yo, man, I'm humbled. I am so humbled right now.
And, that's the spirit. To have the essence of gratitude is what really makes your social currency worth something. Because you can give from a sense of just, I'm gonna just do it just to do it, and guarantee you it's not gonna really build you much result with that. But when you're giving with the essence of unconditional support and love and humility and just knowing that, listen, I know for a fact that this book is going to support my life the same way that this social currency is going to support, you know, the author's life, and everyone that I speak to in reference to the knowledge that I gained from this book is going to reach a fold that I cannot even probably, you know, count, because it's going to be infinite. And so, you know, this is even more prime example as to why you need to just not use Scrap, but those that are listening and anyone else that may be able to obtain this knowledge, go and do those things that you literally love to do, because love is the currency that keeps us driving forward. And if you don't love something, I mean, even coming down to like the hearts and stuff on social media and things like that, if you don't love it, who else is going to know, you know, that is actually powerful information, that is worth sharing, you know, that it is impactful in a divine way. I mean, shoot, some people like things that aren't divine, but that's on them. You know, for me, if it's coming from a pure space and you have that currency within yourself to keep on going, even when the tides are high and when the bar's against your back, you know, like that right there is resistance to resilience. And you've shown so much resilience. And I'm sitting here looking at this book now. I'm not even going to joke with y'all. If y'all don't get it now, y'all tripping. I'm going to leave that there.
Wow. Yeah, that brother. Especially the subtitle. That was deep. Your social media birthright. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah,
That's
man.
deep. That's deep. That's deep. I'd love to hear the origin on that, too.
Yeah, well,
this is kind of your book.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, we inherited a wealth of social digital currency the moment that we say we sign up to whomever's platform that we're on. We just don't know that. Like, it doesn't say, hey, you have the opportunity when you join this platform to elevate your life as well as support somebody else and change somebody else's life. The investments that you make, that's what it was. At one point I was like, somebody once said something that I thought was really cool. It was like, I need you to be my social media financial advisor when it comes to social digital currency. And I was like, yo, that's pretty cool. I think that's what this book kind of helps people do, is just identify the fact that people don't know this. And I know it's one of those things that's hiding in plain sight. And I think that, like, that's where it's saying, listen, you are inundated with this the moment that you sign up. Your social media birthright, this is what it is. And if you don't know that you have it, of course you don't know how to use it because you've never had it. And that's what the process of this whole thing is. Like, look, man, the moment you sign up, you have this. Now, what are you going to do with it? And I think it's going to prompt people to move differently as they communicate about social digital currency throughout the social media space. It works ridiculous on every level. If you're trying to do something with it personally, then it gets you back to doing the things that you would do in person. If you see somebody online and they kind of resonate with you and that you want to engage a little bit further, then you got to do the courting process. That's what social digital currency prompts you to do. Court the conversation. Follow them so that they even know you exist. Like them so they know that you exist and that you think that there's something cool about them. But your comment, I always say this, the comment that you leave on people's pages means the world. Your comment and how you say things and how you engage is everything to people. And it's necessary that you say something funny, witty, educational, but most of all, the last word is most important. It should be memorable. You should be able to read.
So Scrap, listen, you're a becoming more famous every day, wealthy household name. You're going to be on a book tour. You're going to be on TV. Here's my only advice. I've done a lot of TV and all those things myself. That analogy you used about 3 minutes ago about the book, where you described it amongst other things as like a fart, I think you got to get a new story. Okay, that one's you got to drop that one, dude.
Yeah. That was off the cuff though, John. I'm sure, like any great spokesman, I have great people like you to always help me understand, like, listen, we're not going to sell any fart jokes. You're not going to do that. We're not going to use the word stank. We're just going to keep things positive and make sure we get that part of it on them. No, absolutely. That's funny. I'm hoping, you know what, not hoping. I'm deciding along with you, John, that is the path that is about to take place. I'm not going to hope because that leaves room for doubt. I'm just going to decide. That's
I
what
think
I
it's
want.
coming, my friend. It's coming, my friend, and I'm gonna love watching it.
Yeah, man. I see some exciting times, and I'm excited about being able to share this, this and the extension of these conversations publicly and with people so that they can understand, like, listen, you know, I think a lot of people, again, people don't know that they have what they have, and in the lapse of knowing that, they respond or react or they do things differently. And if you say, hey man, do you know you're a billionaire, you don't have to you don't have to do that, right? Like, you can do this a different way and have a successful result that you want, that's reflective of what you've been inundated with when you came here, when you got this. And that's the process that this book kind of takes you through. If you're, if you're a TikToker, if you're a YouTuber, if you're an Instagrammer, if you're a Clubhouser, if you're a Twitterer, those are all included in here. And I think that I have the most fun on the TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube kind of play of it, but I also wanted to include those because I think those are major. I did not include Facebook yet. I'm saving Facebook, LinkedIn, maybe Pinterest, and a couple others on the next version of it, and it'll have updates because social media is changing so much. I know people lose track of what's new and what other social digital currency spins are effective and available. So this was an entry point. I just wanted to somewhat of a proof of concept, although Clubhouse has been that, and the people that have used it effectively and told me about it and come back and give me testimonials. That was the other part too. And I light up, and again, just all of you being here right now, I'm so humbled. And I'm, Queen, that thing going up right now has really y'all got me in my feels right now.
Listen, well deserved. You've definitely done an amazing, I can't even say amazing because I don't feel like that word puts enough social digital currency back into your, into your spirit. Just know, like, literally all of those days and nights where you were sitting there imagining and making this possible, literally, it has made a great impact. And even if you don't see it now, like, just the proof in this conversation is like, and then to coin it with the, the birthright, how where I'm going with that. I'm just like, the same way that you said people don't recognize that they have their birthright, to be able to spend, their currency. That's all this, system of finance is based around anyway. So when you recognize the root of it and you learn how to utilize your social media birthright, imagine how many pivots, major moves you're going to make in your actual life, utilizing your currency for the greatest benefit of not only yourself, but for the world that is around you. Because if you're rich in a world full of broke people, then you're really not going to get nowhere, if that makes sense, unless you utilize that to build them up. And you absolutely did that. So, like I stated, I'm not going to say it enough. You got my support. You already know that. And everyone that's here in this tribe discussion panel, I'm sure they feel the exact same way. Utilize your birthright. And I mean, in social media and in finance, physically. Y'all know what I'm saying? Just, yeah, I'm going to leave that there. But, Scrap, you know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, man. I want to shout out my co-host. She may not be able to speak, but I want to thank Laura Bellata. She gave me an opportunity to spend some social digital currency with her, and it led to an amazing time on social media, on Clubhouse, where we cultivated a room that was, I think the number's over 80,000 people that are in the club now and whatnot. But it gave me an opportunity. I never said this to her, and this is going to be new news to her, but it gave me an opportunity at a time when what we were doing as the TRX Club was kind of, trying to figure itself out. And I just took a hard stop, because if I'm going to do something, I want to do it right. But in that hard stop, Laura and I provided a platform for a lot of people to talk relationship talk, which is still ultimately my whole passion, is just related, helping people learn to relate to one another and whatnot. And in the course of doing that, it also provided me, although we did stuff almost every day, if not every other day, it still provided me with an opportunity and some time to write this book. So in the book writing actually happened. I think Laura and I started her room. I started sharing her stage probably in March of last year. It was right after I had Tiffany Haddish in the My Funny Valentines in my room. And we, in a short period of time, really became the A1 room for relationships and whatnot. And I think that as the screws tightened on me for this book, so did my appearance online. A lot of people didn't catch me online a whole lot around that time, and I had to actually take an absence from the stage because, to Lisa's point, the rigors of providing this book and going through multiple edits and dealing with different people for the illustrations that are in the book, and then photo shoots, and these things are all compounding, and they have to be, as a creative person, I'll just be frank, as a creative person, man, the business side is the most painful side of anything, because it makes me use that other side of my brain that I cultivate the less. Now, am I a great business person? I think I am. Are there people who are going to manage and do things better than me? Absolutely. But for the most part, on the creative side is where my heart lives. So when it came to doing this, I really had to take my creative hat and say, you're on the shelf for a little while. I'm going to come over here and I got to address these business needs and these creative concerns with these individuals in a business manner so I can get the results that I want when I introduce this book. So it's a lot that goes into it, Lisa, and I'm sure Sierra and I can, especially with this being one of the most current things, it's still fresh in my mind, all of the processes. And then there's even more. I didn't get a chance to shout out Dr. Jaquel, who came in. Dr. Jaquel actually pointed me in the direction of a young lady who she helps that last process of making sure everything is right for presentation. And she was such a huge help in helping us cross the finish line with this book. But Dr. Jaquel was the one who put her in place as I expressed a pain point at some in one of the rooms that I was in and was discussing something. She's like, yo, I might have somebody for you. And again, that's another social digital currency spin that had actual offline what was the word I just had it offline implications. Like I was able to do something in my personal and real life offline that is benefiting the online experience I hope everyone has when they read this book. So she was very instrumental in that, also providing some materials for promotion and whatnot. So yeah, that part of it is definitely one of the things that I wanted to make sure that Laura knew, that because when I left, mind you, I left a very, very active, and when I tell you active, I mean 600, 700, 800 people in the room during these during our nights, and we had certain nights for certain events for certain people, and they were all very entertaining and fun to do. But again, when this commitment that I made to writing this book came up, I had to kind of it was a shift, you know what I'm saying? So again, that's returning to the stages to communicate more about relationships and stuff. I think that's definitely in the future, but as of right now, as John said, man, the other part of that conversation is talking billionaire talk. And I only said billionaire because that helps people really realize that as billionaire is a benchmark for a lot of people now. Oh, you're a billionaire? Oh, you're a billionaire? Well, listen, all you people that are in this room right now are billionaires. How are you gonna spend yours?
Hey, Scrap. So Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
I was just sitting here thinking and just listening to you talk. Right? I'm so inspired. Number one, I'm just really inspired of how you've been able to take this to the next level. And I'm just like, it just hit me like, this is so important. Like one of the most important things that we can do, right? We interact with people, but we all have a limited amount of time here, on the planet, right? And so it's important how we make people feel, right? What the feeling that we leave them with and the memory that they have of us when we leave. Nowadays we hear a lot of talk about legacies, right? And what do you leave behind? What do you build? And I mean, I think like books last forever. Like literally, you have just made such a huge accomplishment because you have bookmarked your place in time here in 2022. So congratulations to you, because no matter what, you know what I'm saying, that there can become, like I have an external hard drive with thousands of books on it. Can I possibly ever read those books? They're PDFs. I used to download, free torrents online. I had like an addiction to doing that. But I can like use, it's like my library, right? And so in my mind, when I was doing it, it was just for the preservation of information, right? And so like one day, it's like if the world ever went to like, remember the book of Eli with Denzel Washington?
Yep.
Right. Okay. Right. And I'm like, wow, if there was ever a future world, right, where there was like, our world was kind of like erased for whatever reason, how do we connect back to our past? It's like the Sumerian tablets, right, that were unearthed, and then they had to figure out how to decode it. It's like a mark in time, right? And so it's a way for us to time travel back to a period where we didn't exist. And so you just did that for yourself. Like, you're going to leave not anytime soon. I hope you know what I'm saying, right?
Like, Lisa.
No, but like, like you just immortalize yourself pretty much here on planet Earth by creating what you created. Because I always feel like all the books that I have that are not mine, but that I've saved, like maybe one day someone will come across this, you know what I'm saying? And it's not mine, but imagine what it is to leave a piece of you behind and somebody picks that up one day, way into the future, you know what I'm saying? 100 years from now, and go like, what was this? Like you did that, you know what I mean? And so congratulations. And that to me is just how huge and impactful what you've done is, and everybody that, writes a book. But today we're celebrating you and this a major accomplishment. So again, congratulations so much. And I wish you nothing but the best. I see so much more for you. Like John, we're going to speak this into your life, interviews, book signings, TV, all that, everything, just expansion. And, and, I definitely think that it would be great because you've already gone through the process, right? And so if you can teach other people how they can do that by sharing your experience, that's another way to connect and share more social digital currency, and then just make it contagious and, just make it continue to spread and spread and spread. So I love you. I'm so proud of you. And just keep reaching for those stars. We talking billionaire.
That's
period.
what's up. Yeah, man. Thank you so much. I'm humbled, man. Y'all got me. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm live on YouTube, and I'm kind of glad everybody's in the room and not watching me on YouTube. Because it's humbling, man, to hear you guys speak such kind words. And I hadn't thought about it from the aspect of, like the Book of Eli kind of thing. I always thought about the concept being the thing that people gravitate to. But I guess without the book, you kind of, like I said, I guess this, what I said before is that the book is needed for the concept to really be materialized, like for everyone to kind of see it and have it. That's huge. Yeah, that's huge. Oh man. So many wonderful people in this room. Yeah, I'm good, man.
Don't get you choked up.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm a little, it's just humbling, man.
His expression is so real right now, though. Like, seriously, I encourage you all to, like, hit the other phone, because I'm sure y'all have too. And definitely check out the YouTube as well, because it brings so much more impact. Like, you can see that he is genuinely overflowing with so much, like, just pure, like, it's this expressive, like, in an essence that you can't even, like, put a word on. Like, it's hitting my heart looking at it. I'm like, oh, damn, like, I feel like I'm about to cry, too. Like, the joy is so real. Like, I'm elated to be able to be a part of both. I'm going to just leave that there.
Yeah. No, man, it's you don't really realize, of course, I come in the rooms and, I try to make it better for everybody in the room by hey, listen, spend some social digital currency. It benefits everybody who uses it, and it benefits the people that you use it with or whatnot. And I really feel like I feel like this is a difference maker. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's a difference maker, and it's going to change some things. And that's, for me, more than anything, that's all I ever think of when I interact with other people. I always say, when artists come to my studio, I tell them, you're going to leave here better than you came. and we may not ever do a record, but you're going to leave here better than I came. I'm going to give you something. There's going to be some information. There's going to be something in the conversation or in the way that I record you or in the way that I produce you that you're going to be better from it. A lot of people, you know, I don't talk a lot about the history of me in music. I don't talk about, you know, some of the people that you all love today came through my system early. Sierra will tell you she came through my apartment. When I lived in my apartment, Sierra, Carrie Hilson, Jay Holiday, and a bunch of others who came through. And I know that interaction helped. You know, Carrie Hilson thanked me on her first album. I had no songs on her album. She just thanked me because of some conversations that we had, and then the ability to help her maneuver in some situations or whatnot. And that's always been my goal is I want you to say, hey man, that dude was cool. Like if you met me and you was a friend of somebody who knew me, you'd be like, yo, he's cool as I don't know what, I rock with him. That's always been my goal. It's not to be a people pleaser, but just be so wrapped up in what I'm wrapped up in that you're consumed by it. You get it on you and you take it with you, and you be like, yo, I'm glad I met that dude. And I felt like in the beginning that this could be that. And now just realizing it and hearing you all and your support and your words, and I'm humbled by that, but I'm excited, and I'm kind of like, it's a weird space to be in to feel like you, you know, I know I made an impact, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm making the impact, but you really don't know, because, you know, you go in these rooms and you never know. And just the outpour, the support, that part is, if there's anything got me kind of like a, you know, in my feels or whatever, it's just the fact that, like, this is real. Like, people really, 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 like, you know what I'm saying? If you want to know how people feel about you or something you're doing, be vulnerable. And this is probably as vulnerable as I've ever been in terms of communicating and putting my neck out there like, yo, I'm actually creating something. Like, musically, there's something so different when I produce music. There's a feeling I get long before you guys ever hear what I've done, and I know you're going to love it. Like, I know you're going to love it. Now, with this book, I feel like the same thing, but it's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a different beast altogether. I can see you dance to my music. I can see you vibe to my music. I don't know what I'm kind of like, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of, you know, it's one of those things. But to hear and see, Monica purchased the book. So many people have supported so far. And to hear you speak about the bestseller thing going up to number 4, I'm kind of losing it, because it's, you know, to see something or dream or passion realized. Like my first placement, when I got my first record placed, it was real trippy, because it was just one of those things. It was, well, actually, I had records stolen from me from very credible R&B people before I ever had a song out, and that was the validation for me. It's like, oh, if they stealing from me, I know I'm on the right track. It was one of those. But to hear and have this kind of support that's been going on so far, man, it's different. It's a different feeling. And oh my gosh, she said, Andrea said, it's actually at number 2. The first 2 spots are sponsored books. Wow.
That's so dope. I just wanted to say congratulations. Thank you for all the info, the gems that you drop on us, on me too, specifically with the music, just life, talking to you, just soaking it up. So congratulations. I got to get going, but I'm proud of you. Even though you're older, I'm proud of you, and I appreciate you. Hope you have a good night.
Nah, man, I appreciate that, Sid. Listen, if you guys get a chance, she's got an extraordinary project that's about to drop. If you're in the Denver area, you can catch her at some shows that she's performing to help promote it in the near future. She got one coming up now. But if y'all know somebody in Denver, send them out to a show or whatnot and show some support, spend some social digital currency. You may have to spend some actual currency to do so, but it's a whole vibe. I've heard the project, and it's infectious. Like, you end up singing it and can't get it out of your head. And it's her lane, it's her vibe with you can hear some other influences that you've loved and appreciated in your musical history. But yeah, definitely show some love and support. So when you see her, you can't say this is the first time you've ever seen her. You can say, yo, I heard her stuff, I was waiting for her.
Hey, thank you so much, man. Love you, man.
All right, get back to doing what you're doing, man. I know you're working. Oh, wow.
Hey, Scrap, I left you a review since I got it early. Since I was able to read the book early, I left you a review on Amazon. So you got your first review.
That's dope. Listen, yeah, that's the other part, man. Your reviews matter. It's that social digital currency spin. It's that comment that you leave that other people are going to read that is going to make them excited about, what the conversation is or whatnot. So if you can, I'm kind of honest about things. Rate it what you feel, and comment what you feel. There's no I'm not one of those, hey, because you know me or none of that. Just be honest with me and help me get better. If it's not as good as you think it should be, all that stuff is cool. Do I appreciate the 5 stars? Absolutely. Do I love hearing and reading comments of people? Yes, very humbling and exciting at the same time. So I'll appreciate that. I'm trying to ping in some other people that I wanted to come and join us that, that are part of the book. There are some people who joined my TRXS Pro stages. Now, early on in 2020, actually the beginning of 2020 in January, I decided to do what's called the Pro Series. And this was designated for some of my music professional relationships, but entertainment relationships nonetheless. And I felt like we could all benefit from hearing their stories. And there are a few of them that are posted online. I got to unprivate them for you guys to see. But the first one was Teron Thomas, who is, you guys have heard his songs, whether you think you have or not. He's written some of the best hits in the last 3 or 4 years that have all gone number one. The most current thing I think he's got that you guys might know is the don't keep talking like I do, but they bumping like I do. What's that girl's name? Haley Bailey, is that right? Chloe Bailey. Yeah, he wrote the single for that one. He wrote the Doja Cat and That's My Girlfriend, That's My Best Friend, or whatever that record is. He wrote the joint with Doja Cat and Saweetie. And then his manager came on the following week, and he's responsible for so much more, and gives you the perspective of how that, how managing a platinum and Grammy nominated writer goes. And then after that, we had Jeff Robinson, he's responsible for Tyrese, Alicia Keys, and then most importantly now the artist Her. And she's nominated for Oscar, won the Oscar, the Grammy, like she's won all these things, performed at the Super Bowl. And I had Jessica Michaud, who is like a fashion guru. If you don't know who she is, she's on the app and you have to catch her, but she's like the name to the Lagerfields and the all those designers, Hill Figures and all those, they all really respect her opinion, and she's a journalist for them. But I invited a few of those people, and scheduling or whatnot, I was like, yo, it's cool. If not, I'm definitely I gotta do the audio book and the actual hardcover, which those are the only one that you can't pre-order right now is the audio book, because I want to make sure I've got that in the can and set up so you can order that one. But the soft cover of it, or the hardcover, you can order now, and that's at Your Social Digital Currency, not ebook at Social Digital Currency. If you go straight to Your Social Digital Currency, that's a different one. I'm signing those. I think I set the number at 100 to sign, outside of what John said, outside of actually doing a book tour and going around from the different cities and signing them. Those I'll sign personally on the first go round. So those are that's what's on the table right now. UX Diva, I see you. You were asking about that too, weren't you? If you're still by your phone, UX Diva. Hey Venus, Big Willie, what up?
It was good, Scrap. Congratulations, man. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna buy 10 of the books as well. Because you've been day one with me and Venus. You know, you're a stand-up guy, so I got you.
I appreciate that, B-Dub. I appreciate that big time, man.
Absolutely. We're super proud of you.
Scrap.
Yeah, Diva.
Hey, did you call my name?
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations. Yeah. Can I have a signed autograph from you?
Of course.
Thank you, man. Congratulations again. I'm so happy for you. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Venus, what's up?
What's up, Scrap? How are you?
I'm well, man. How are you, songstress?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. But no, I just want to tell you how proud I am of you. You've been working on this, and it's just a beautiful thing to see the follow through and the follow up and everything. So I'm excited to get reading and see what this book is talking about. But I'm just proud of everything you're doing, man. I encourage you to keep going.
Likewise, man. I know the world is waiting to hear your vocal offerings and your perspective musically. I've championed it, and I really know that there's a place and space for you to be heard and appreciated. So this is, again, especially for my creatives and the ones that I've had the opportunity to interact with. I only interact with people I think are really, really dope. And when I heard your material, I was like, you're moments away. So yes, we may be here celebrating my book today. Tomorrow we're gonna be celebrating your release, and I think anybody who loves good music, loves a great vocal presence over beats, loves a great melodic approach, that they gotta jump on board now. I keep giving everybody the opportunity to be ahead of the game so that you don't have to be behind the game. They say if you're always prepared, you don't have to get ready. So if y'all go and check her stuff out now, follow, support any way you can, y'all can always be like, I knew back then, you know what I'm saying? And you ain't got to get ready. You're already prepared.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for those kind words, man. And you're what you're doing right now is definitely motivation for me to keep going. I've been on this journey for a while, and I know you have as well. And so just to see the culmination of hard work, was definitely a motivating factor. So thank you so much for being the motivation here tonight. And man, I'm gonna keep pressing, and I just pray you do the same. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about you, man. You got a good team, and that's all it takes is one person, at least one person like Big Willie, who believes in you, and you guys can move mountains. So you're in good hands. It's just a matter of time before we hear what you decide to give to the world. So I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
If you guys haven't, make sure you hit the plus sign. That's your first social digital currency spend. If you've heard anything or you're interested in anything that you've heard and you want somebody else to share in that with you, after you spend that social digital currency, I believe most of you are already following me, but follow these moderators on here who've joined us, who've spent this amount of time with us tonight, because they're all super dope. After that, join the club, because I am going to start opening up more rooms and engaging with you guys a whole lot more. Even if saying the words a whole lot more don't even go together like that, but a whole lot. Additionally, I'm gonna kick it with y'all a little bit more in terms of just, I do miss it. I think we need to spend some more time together just to grow together, but also following the club will help you stay tuned to when I'm jumping on and whatnot. Make sure if you're gonna extend your social digital currency spend on this platform, you can share the room right now. We got 32 shares. That's cool. I'm kind of new to the share game, but I think that's kind of cool. and you could tell some people on your other social medias or wherever you like that we're in here and that we kind of having this conversation. If you want to convert your social digital currency into actual currency, my ebook is available for $9.99 at the top. If you just hit that and then leave a comment after you purchase it and hit the star rating or whatnot, that'd be super awesome. We're trying to hit the #1 spot on the Billboard charts. I've got some dope commitments from my guy 10K, from my guy John Legier. They both have have kind of sparred off against one another, you know what I mean? And it's kind of cool because every one of you guys benefits as they're going to distribute those copies to other people who are going to benefit from what they read. So that's kind of, that's really the essence of what we're talking about, is the philanthropic part of it, where we're sharing and caring and giving to one another so that we can grow and we can have these conversations in spaces where we know what each other is talking about. So when we bring up social digital currency, you don't have to give the whole explanation to somebody who's already aware and knows what social digital currency means. I think it's important that we put everybody on the same page in that regard. Now, how you use it, how creative you are with it, man, that's the other fun part that we don't talk about much, is how you leave the comments, where you show up in those spaces with those people that are your people of interest. Those things are the exciting points. Those are the places and the things that make it truly interesting. So you just have to decide, once you get it, once you receive the information, how you want to share in it and how you want to blend it with your strategy that you may already have going on. But I want to welcome everybody on the stage. If you guys got any questions or you want to talk about some social digital currency that you may have spent, or a situation where social digital currency has benefited you, that's awesome too. And if anybody wants, I can read a couple, read a little bit out of the book so you guys understand a little bit of how I kind of, where my mindset was at when I was writing it. But I'm open to any and all questions right now. What's up, y'all?
Amazing title, brother.
What up, Chad?
Hey, I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Got it. Go ahead.
Are you going to be offering this actually like on Amazon, or is it going to be just through your own marketing means, or how's it going with the actual book launch?
Well, it's on both. It's actually on Amazon right now. That's the link at the top where you can order the ebook, and then the hardcover book is on the website. Just take ebook off of the front of the address where it says ebook.yoursocialdigitalcurrency.com. You just go to yoursocialdigitalcurrency.com and you will see the soft cover on there, and that will also be the space between there and Audible. We'll be supporting the actual audiobook as well on that page.
Are you, I would recommend, are you going to narrate the actual book? Because when you're hearing the actual book being read by the author, it adds so much value, bro, because like there's a lot more in your voice, and it's like, wow, this is actually the guy, and like it's more heartfelt.
Absolutely.
Maybe consider doing that versus like a professional like narrator.
No, I'm in the process of doing it now. That's why I've given myself a little distance between the release of it. Tiffany Haddish was the one who kind of told me, when she did her book Black Unicorn, and on the audio side of it, she did it, and she said the response has been amazing. And I thought it was only right, Chad, that I do the audio book, because this conversation was birthed on this audio app. So I'm like, a majority of the people who would really appreciate it are my friends here on this platform that have heard me speak in different rooms, that have heard me communicate about different things. And this would just be an extension of me that they could kind of listen to and benefit from as much as they wanted to.
I don't know if you considered Russell Brunson, ClickFunnels.com. He does a funnel called the Book Funnel, and Tony Robbins got a hold of him and basically copied his methodology. But I just maybe I should share that with you on the back channel. But it's called the Book Funnel, and it's an excellent way of getting the book found, especially when you want to go to many different languages in the long run. So I just wanted to give you that real quick. It's called the Book Funnel.
Yeah, definitely back channel me that. That sounds super interesting. I definitely want to.
Yeah, I appreciate your work, man. I'm working on my own books right now, and I tell you, at the end of the day, man, like your legacy, bro. And you know, I think you chose the right word, currency. I think a lot of people are kind of duped by the word Monet, you know, such an art and fiction, you know. And I just wanted to say, at the end of the day, we're sharing our energy. You know, like how can you get this currency? And you're not calling it crypto, which is a terrible word. That means death and secretive. You're calling it digital, which I think is a lot smarter to onboard the young and the older folks. So I think that's super cool. Right on.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny that you say that. That was the similar response from Busy Work Beats. I did a interview with Busy Work Beats on YouTube the other day, and he said what you said, and I hadn't even thought about it from that perspective of bridging the gap between the youth and the adults when it comes to social digital currency. And he said, I have simplified the process of how people look at that, even in the discussion of what is and of how it's described. So yeah, man, you just double down on it. You two are from two opposite backgrounds, and that's always an indicator to me that there's something right about that.
Yeah, it's funny you said that. I was just in a room with him. He's doing a replay, and he's really big on 432 hertz, which is basically the clean part of music or sound. And he's definitely an angel in disguise. That guy, he's on fire, bro.
Yeah,
he's definitely lit.
He's solid. I told him, I was like, bro, I mean, when listening and speaking with him, it's a kindred spirit. You just feel like that's the bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you would hang out with him if he was around. And he's a wealth of information, and he is very well studied. I love how a lot of times I like to discuss things and help people understand the people that when you hear me speak, it's been sewn into me by so many really dope and great people. I just have been fortunate enough to be a fly on the wall or be the person that they directed this conversation to. And my mentors have been awesome. And he's so well studied in the books that he's read and the way he regurgitates that conversation. I commend him for that. Like none of us we're only as smart as what we can remember, and his capacity to remember and regurgitate is incredible.
Hey, I got kind of a joke. I could just imagine we were in a class and the teacher's like, all right, we need to read this book called Social Digital Currency. And everyone's like, hey man, you know where I get the cliff notes for that? you got some cliff notes or maybe a 5-minute summary. There's quite a few people that do book summaries on YouTube. This one guy is Philosopher Notes, and those guys kill it, man. I mean, there's some people that can take your book and say, hey man, just give me a summary, but I'm looking forward to reading it. But I just wanted to share that with you too. I think it's great when you can get a book summary or like I said, cliff notes. I mean, it was always like the go-to, to get to the meat of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, thank you for that, man. That social digital currency spend is awesome. Cliff notes and the funnel. Make sure that I need those in my back channel, bro.
Yeah, what about a coloring book? That's one. You need a coloring book for the kids so they can understand the concept via pictures.
Wow. Well, I'm
Goats don't.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I got my work cut out for me. Amongst doing that and then creating a class and a webinar and hopefully being able to take this and travel and communicate in front of audiences. I think that the more I communicate and get this kind of feedback, it'll shape itself up into an awesome TED Talk.
And you know what, Scrap? When he was just talking about that, Chad, it made me think of like when he said footnotes, right? And cliff notes. And he was talking about children. I thought about TikTok. Aren't you on TikTok?
I am.
Right. And so you could do like little small snippets of your, and build out on like a part, like ideas from the book, with direct quotes from the book and just expand out on it while obviously not giving the whole book away. But that would be some great content for TikTok and also building a brand around SDC as well. What do you think?
No, man.
And then Lisa, my apologies, Scott. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say it's so serendipitous that Lisa chimed in because where I wanted to chime in was actually when Lisa stated we should do some open rooms. in reference to it. I was like, had the closed room where the ones that have purchased the book are reading it together. And Lisa's like, bring them in. And I'm like, we could figure out another way to maybe do like a subsection, like, overviews or whatever the case might be. And then he stated Cliff Notes. And I'm like, dude, that would be so perfect for like an open room. Like, those that have the book, they can still join in and they can give like their insight or what they feel about certain articles or sections within the book without necessarily giving too much, but just enough to be like, oh, I need more, So definitely, I love how this whole conversation full circle and just totally amazing.
Queen, you could have
you
can have a private session and then open it up.
Right.
That would be cool.
That's the
yeah.
best.
These are called your lead magnets, Scrap. Like how are you going to attract people to get your email or give them your email so you can start building your list? So the lead magnet is like the first thing that Russell will teach you, and a lot of times he will give away the first chapter, or you get like a case study, or it's basically the culmination of like how can you get like people to sample your food, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, they can't eat like the entire book.
Right.
It's too much. You know what I'm saying? So the lead magnet is everyone uses it. It's a lot of fun, and if you can do it to where you're giving away a unique angle, or like I'm saying, like literally like the Cliff Notes. It's like, how about the teacher's book? Remember the teacher's book? Like you go up there and see the answers. Like have some fun with it. I think the being like a kid about it and being excited, I think it's going to give you a unique angle because we're talking about like giving and sharing. It's all about end of the day having a good time, and ideally, hopefully you're a joker, laugh a lot.
I am.
And just to feed off of what Chad was saying, I just a couple weeks ago purchased the summary guide for 48 Laws of Power because I knew my teenage son would not go through the whole book. Yeah. Like he wouldn't finish the book. And so just thinking about those that don't like to read, or those teenagers like my kid, it would give them something to chew, things that they could chew on, and smaller portions of the book. If you were to go through and be able to pick out those key points.
I think that.
How about key phrases on T-shirts?
And I can design them.
Super dope.
Yep, that's dope. Hashtag.
Yeah.
Hashtag buy it. SDC.
That part. You down with SDC? Yeah, you know me.
Yeah, you know me.
You got to do that. It's like, okay, I got it. Scrap. Got Milk. Remember that? Got Milk is one of the most powerful. It's called a control. You can piggyback off the success of these old ads or like old songs, and if you can reach out to the actual artist, they might allow you to license or have the use of that particular song. So like you down OPP, you might reach out to the artist. He's like, all right, cool. Busy Work Beats probably got the connection to kind of figure that out, but that'd be a lot of fun.
Proof worked for Big Al or Big what's his name?
No, it's my buddy RL.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh.
Yeah, Weird Al, man, that guy spoofed everybody and made a time. Yeah, and the thing is, if you do it right, people love it. It's like you're coming at them from a heartwarming. Oh, I love it. You know what I mean? So you're really attaching to people in a big way, which will make them actually want to learn more about some of the stuff behind the words.
No, these are.
And I really like that you're down with SDC. I would definitely reach out to them. I really, really like that.
That's a phone call away, though. I can do that immediately. But the only thing so I can reach out to them, and then they'll have to reach out to their publisher and the people on their licensing side. But
then also you all remember the case with there was this song doon 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 doon, but that literally changed the song.
Ice baby.
Yeah, Vanilla Ice.
Exactly, but the fact that they put the on the end of of the other song that was exactly like that, but the different added to it, they didn't get copyright infringement for it. I'm just saying, you could just add a couple extra notes and undertones and really just make that your own. I'm not saying what it sounds like I'm saying, but I'm just saying
that's funny.
Exactly what happened.
How about some augmented shirts where you get a little QR code and it goes to a clip of you talking about something? reading some of your lines. Or
Nice.
reading
I like the QR code thing.
That scrap QR codes. I used to talk about them, like, I'm not kidding, like 20 years ago. You can put the QR codes all in the book and literally have someone interact with your phone or iPad from the book. I mean, it's really deep, man. You get, like,
I'm doing
kind of
that right now.
Yeah, you got to use the QR code nonstop. It's
No,
like
I
part of
like that.
I mean, the
I like-
Chinese use it in a bad way, but like it's a good tool, bro.
I like that. I think that can be really, really, that could be super dope to have a QR code that might lead to maybe me live reading a chapter or something like that. Just some added benefit.
Yeah.
No, that's dope.
Well, that can connect you if you get deep into NFTs and all the good stuff that's happening with that. I mean, before you know it, you're creating like a huge demand of something that's very unique that involves you or some of the people you like Mr. Legier. I've been working with a group of guys that work with him. And, their time is extremely precious, man. So like that might be an angle to get people into some serious scarcity and something that might be really precious to someone that's a reader.
That's dope.
Well, what you're doing is you're leveling the playing field. I mean, you're giving people a language that, I mean, for so long, Disney, all these big studios, all the big world, they own everything. All these big corporations, they own the pipeline. What you're now doing is you're doing it ones and zeros. Those pipelines have now changed. They're no physical anymore. So now they don't own them. Now we own them. We are now in the power of the pitch and the power of the presence. And it's like you're saying, we're all connected from all these different places in different cities and different times instantly right now, and so this is now in our hands. It used to be Coca-Cola, Pepsi, big guys, and so you're leveling the playing field when you give people these tools. It's pretty amazing, but it's a whole new game of things to learn. It's like learning marketing, I mean, advertising agencies, they're they don't get the whole picture because they're not really developing the whole story. They're just made to sell it. But the problem is now with NFTs, you kind of got to do it all. You got to understand your fans. You got to understand the business. You got to be able to make content that makes stuff. Most of these NFTs, I mean, they're going to make the stories afterwards. That's kind of foolish, but it's interesting because what you're doing is you're telling people that it's important to kind of put your foot out there and learn all this stuff because that's where the power is in the future, which is pretty cool.
No, that's dope. That's big. Like, that's huge. I'm overwhelmed, y'all. You have to know that. Like, I am overwhelmed with suggestions, and now I've got to now I got to put it all in place. But it's exciting to hear all this, man. I'm glad you all are here. I am.
Hey, I'm just gonna remind you what you already know, man. It's a team sport, bro. So the more special operations people you can get around you, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not a sniper, It's like, build that special team, man, so you can delegate some of this work, bro. Because you're obviously carrying like a message that's, from the Most High. You know what I'm saying? So I would challenge you to find people that are really talented because you're creating a movement behind. I mean, you're the attractive figure, and then you got movement, you got new hope. So like these are all the core principles of marketing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. No, man, totally. Wow.
The truth is there are no real classes for this kind of stuff right now. So the material that you guys are producing right now is ed, And so the truth of the matter is, how deep do you take is it just a book, or are you actually going to create more material that's more lessons? The more you do the QR code on a t-shirt, the more people interact with it and go, oh, wow, that's cool. And the more that opens the door for other things. But the structure and the lessons that you've learned really apply to a lot of what's going on right now. So it's kind of cool. It'll be kind of cool to see how people gravitate towards it if you just try a bunch of different things.
Right. Nah, definitely. I mean, just the funnel, definitely the QR code thing. These are definitely things I got to implement like ASAP. Those are strong suggestions. And I have a QR code on my business card for social digital currency, but I had not extended it to the other parts, nor had I attached to it anything other than the book. I think that the QR code being used for extended content is ridiculously a dope idea. Like, that's standing out to me. Hey. Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
This was Zahara. I had a question for you in a share.
Hey, go ahead.
Okay, so I just congratulations. I just bought the book.
Thank you so much.
And you're welcome. And I didn't even know you before now. And I just wanted to just share quickly about, the social digital currency, like the results of it. I love to see things in action. And I love like case studies and see actual practical tips and things. And so Giuseppe Ciccarella, he's a close friend of mine. And I saw him in the room. We'd been kind of back and forth. We met last year on Clubhouse. And I bought your book. I was reading through Clubhouse. Many of the things that you mentioned we've done, and we built this relationship. And because of him, I saw him in here. So I followed him in here.
Yeah.
And then he brought me on the stage. And then I saw about your book. And I was, really brought into this whole conversation. So I wouldn't have known had we not had that relationship. And, he has a large following, and I have a large following offline. I have an email list of women that I mentor. And it's just like the power. I love to see the power of it in action. And I can see someone mentioned earlier, and I know you're like inundated with ideas, but I really felt called to share this with you. But people love to see the results of it. And so I immediately saw the results of basically what you are sharing, your message that you're sharing, because I'm here.
Right.
And the second thing is, I was wondering, what are 2 to 3 of the most memorable examples of people on Clubhouse using social digital currency, like the result of it? I'm really curious to hear if you have anything to share.
No, absolutely. There was a really, really dope situation, right? So, again, I mentioned this in the book. There was an opportunity that was created by Fireman. That was the first social digital currency spin, was him inviting me to the room while Grant Cardone was in the room, because he felt that, that Grant, being a business person, would understand and help elevate us to get into another tier, so to speak, of Clubhouse. And when I came in the room, I spoke about social digital currency. He brought me on stage. I spoke about it, and then before I got finished, I got kicked off the stage. Fast forward a few minutes, about 10 minutes, and Grant is in my DMs on Instagram saying that was dope, or not in those words. He was like, I've got a pin somewhere. He said that was good. From there, I messaged him back, said thanks, blah blah blah, and that was that. I got back on the platform, and he opened up a room when he was starting his 10X run for his convention, and I get I'm just in the room in the audience. Mind you, I don't have any friends on the stage. I get a message from him inviting me to the stage. I screenshot it. I had the wherewithal to screenshot, like, yo, Grant Cardone is freaking inviting me to the stage. Like, okay. So I go up, and immediately our conversation is like we've known each other for a while, and we began talking to social digital currency. From there, we built a friendship. You know what I'm saying? We built a pretty good online friendship here on Clubhouse. So fast forward, he's doing something where he is offering people an opportunity to pitch their ideas, because he's looking to invest in some different people and some things they're doing. Prior to that, I had been hosting rooms in the daytime on the TRXS Club about social digital currency, and there were 2 exceptional young ladies that I was mentoring. One was an attorney, and another one was she was into real estate, I believe, or something like that. So I'm in this room with Grant. Grant pulls me on stage. This is a separate incident, and we're all talking, and people are clamoring for an opportunity to pitch their ideas. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty of the final people he's going to allow to come up. And these young ladies spend their social digital currency with me they had access to my DMs, and they DM me. And this is before there was messaging on this platform. This was like they DM me on Instagram and say, hey, Scrap, I would love to pitch my idea to Grant and, get on the stage and do it. Because they had been in my room, because they had done those things, had those social digital currency spins, I got to know them better. I knew that they were well and qualified to be on that stage and represent not only social digital currency, but themselves when speaking to Grant. So I did exactly that. I brought them on stage. It was kind of like, they weren't planned to be on stage. They weren't, he was trying to close the room, and I brought them up, and both of them killed it. One of them ended up, I believe, working with his wife. Elena was in the room, and she was really excited about the conversation that one of them had, and she began working with them. And the other one was offered, but she decided to do something different. She was actually looking for another outlet for something she was doing on the attorney side, but it turned out it would have been a conflict of what she was already doing. But those are instances where that I felt really good that those relationships were forged with those individuals, and I was able to be an asset to them because they've used social digital currency, because they followed, liked, commented, and said something witty or engaging or educated or profoundly memorable, and because they showed up and because they kept supporting and kept being a part of my ecosystem. It was easy for me to do that. And that's kind of like what the premise of the book is this is what you have to spend. This is how you spend it. If you do this correctly, you will become what you were looking for, which is you're spending social digital currency to create a social media engagement on these platforms that I've outlined with your people and persons of interest. If it's done right, you become the person of interest. It's really trippy. People will notice you when you make yourself noticeable. They will recognize you in spaces. That's what the Grant thing was. He pulled me out of the audience, and I'm sitting there like, I understood the assignment, the engagement that we had when Fireman brought me in. Excuse me. When Fireman brought me in the room, he remembered that. Why? Because it was very unique. Here I'm talking about social digital currency, which is a simple concept for people to grasp, but someone had the nerve to kick me out of the room while I was doing it, and he took and had the wherewithal to go to my page and speak. That excuse me. And that's one of those times where I've seen social digital currency really, really, really be profound. Another one is in the book with this young lady. She was at the time an aspiring blogger, and again, so the way we used to hold these classes, and I'm going to return to it because it's very beneficial. I would say to people, who is it that you want to meet or build an interaction with? And it would range from somebody, that they seen online, or somebody that we all knew. And Nicole was like, I want to meet the Kardashians. Like, I want to build with the Kardashians. I was like, okay. Tall order, but again, social digital currency decreases that distance between it actually happening. Why? Because all of us do the same thing. We all pick up our phones at some point in time. We look at our social media and the last post we had, or some of the posts, or the engagement on the post, and we see who's done what. And when you have an account that is ridiculously large, like the Kardashians or Rihanna or any of those major artists, they really look at the first 25 to 50. They don't really dive deep down unless they just thumb up the thing and let it scroll until it stops. But I tell you, the first 25 and the first 50 are the most popular posts that we all look at. That's why I tell you, turn on notifications for those people that you want to see you. So in this instance, she did exactly that. She followed everything exactly like she was supposed to do. And instead of reaching the Kardashians, she reached another celebrity family out in LA that spoke about her in their blog. And now she's like a blogger to the stars in their facial expressions or something like that. Like, when I tell you she's gone from 0 to 100, like, she is, they seek her out. She's been on TMZ like 2 or 3 times now. She's done different things where they would ask her, what is their expression telling you and their outfits telling you, and that kind of thing. And she was like, that's not even what she signed up. That wasn't what she was hoping for. And again, it goes back, it also parallels with the bullseye theory, where the people you actually are trying to target may not be the target that you hit. But if your social digital currency spend is done correctly, people will see that, and you will be a magnet to others that are circulating in that space. And that's what happened for her. And it's awesome to see it.
Man, you're so good at telling stories, bro. I just wanted to give you that. That's, storytelling is an art form. You definitely got it. You got the good flow, man. It's like, I feel like we're sitting by the fire, as we say here in Hawaii, and talk stories. So we're sharing the story. I just wanted to say, Scrap, it's very interesting you bring up Grant, because Grant is extremely authentic. If you look at it from a spiritual perspective, there's a lot of angelical people, if you will, getting their wings. And then once you get your activation, you connect to the highest of the high, and that's what's going on, man. I think everyone's come out of, you look at COVID, like everyone's kind of in the chrysalis, the butterfly, hadn't become that butterfly yet. And I can see how, Chris, So everyone is getting their wings, and I definitely know Grant is, the way he speaks, you can hear it in his voice. We're all coming together, and when we do meet, we're like, why do I already know you, man? Like, it's because we're on that special team, bro. You know what I'm saying? So whether people want to call them messengers or angels or the chosen ones, I think all of us are really realizing that. I think the best analogy I ever came across was when you get two crickets, all the sound of the noise of the forest at night, all the crickets doing their thing. They say that the two male and females that are attracted to one another, through all that noise, they end up, for some reason, in some way, they actually connect. And I also thought it was really interesting when you slow down the sound of crickets, it actually sounds like a choir.
Wow.
Which is really beautiful. So there's not a lot of noise. Everyone's always saying, oh, everyone's distracted, 7 seconds, and like, we got data overload. Like, no, it's good. Just slow down and be present. And, if you do believe in God, or you do believe in a higher power, we're all connecting, man. We've got a lot of work to do, bro. And it's like, this book is on point, bro. The title, especially in marketing. And a little side note, Grant has worked with Russell Brunson, and he knows exactly what the book funnel is. So I'd highly recommend you just go to expertsecrets.com, and that's exactly the format that a lot of the big guys have used. And it'll give you that leverage tool that you need, bro. If anything, I could, keep it simple. I know you got some overwhelming vibes, but if you follow that model, and that Grant would definitely say, yeah, you definitely want to do that, man. At the end of the day, this is going to be, I would say, a classic book, and I do own a copy of it. I did purchase it on Amazon with one click.
That's what's up.
Amazon owns the one-click buy button patent, so that was pretty easy to do. So I want to just congratulate you, man, by showing you, like, I'm on board, man.
I appreciate that.
I'm going to be reading the book tonight.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I'm so excited about that. For everybody, man, I want you to know I'm truly humbled and thankful that you guys are purchasing the book. If you guys leave a comment and rate it, that's even awesome. We're trying to reach bestseller status, you know what I mean, and put this book in a position where it can get in many hands, so that we can all kind of align ourselves. And Chad, kind of what you were saying, it's not funny. It is very, very confirming that the way that I had always kind of moved around, right, was I used to hear this a lot when I was when I used to go to clubs and meet girls and all that kind of stuff, and they'd be like, why me? And kind of like to your cricket analogy, when you're spirit based, you're open and available to be led by the spirit. You're open and available for it to take you places that may not fit the regular pattern that most people think you should take. And that has always been my experience. A girl would say, why why me? And at first the answer was, I don't know, it just feels right. And as I grew and kind of understood how my spirituality worked, I started replying with the known fact that we're led to one another. It doesn't matter how many people were in the room, we're led to one another. That's how it works. If you're open and available and you're vulnerable in your spirit, then it allows another spirit to connect to it that's meant to connect to it. And I think that's what, that the Grant thing was the kindred spirit. And in the hood, we say game recognized game. That's kind of what that was. It's like we understood each other on a level that preceded us physically ever meeting one another, if that makes sense.
it's like attracts like, bro. And that's the emotional energy is the magnetism. That's the fuel for the magnet that we all have. So a lot of people are just like electric, if you will. They're on, but they're like a zombie. As soon as they get that emotional energy flowing, like you can call it the Holy Spirit, you can call it a good soul. That fuel, that emotional fuel, is what's magnetizing it, literally magnetically connecting you with other people. You know what I'm saying? That is the missing link. It's the magnetism. By the way, that's an old term, magnate. Magnate was someone that was like a tycoon, and it basically meant someone with, extreme amount of magnetism. I think that's a really good focus for people when they're wanting to, you got to be lit, you got to be charged up emotionally, and that's your fuel. At the end of the day, you don't know what to do, just watch some comedy, man. Just try to be happy being. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. That is the ingredients too. My life is filled with as much laughter as possible, enough smiles to be inviting and engaging, and enough sincerity and honesty to be trusted. So that's kind of just the way that my life is kind of designed and been designed, is to kind of nurture those ideas. So they're all a part of what helped create social digital currency. It was the aha moment, like, yo, for real? Like, y'all don't, okay, this is, and I just, I guess I'm excited to be entrusted with such a huge responsibility to get this message out, because I like I said, I first said this to, the first time, so most of you know my journey as a musician and a producer. Usher's a close friend of mine, and up on saying it to him, we were running an errand or something, and he was like, yo, man, I'm proud of you, man, for what you've been doing on Clubhouse. I was like, yeah, man. I said, yeah, it's so much so I'm gonna write a book that Clubhouse inspired. I'm gonna write a book called Social Digital Currency. He was like, what's that about? And I told him, I was like, when you get on social media, you have unlimited supply of social digital currency, and how you use it is what's going to affect your engagement while you're on any of these platforms. So following, liking, and I started breaking it down to him, and he was like, yo, like you could see it in his face. The light bulb went off, and then just his energy was like on some, bro, he's like, yo, that's real. That's crazy, Scrap. That's super philanthropic, man. Like, Scrap, like that is crazy, man. You got to do the book, and anything I can do to help and support, you got it. You know what I'm saying? So that was one of those moments where you realize, like, even the moments on Clubhouse in the beginning, and as people started saying it and using it in their rooms, you start realizing, like, yo, this is big. Like, this is bigger than what I could have ever imagined. And as it snowballed and increased, and started being a talking point and a conversational piece to how we help people move through social media, my desire is that the social construct of how we've been using social media is allowed to be tweaked by this book, that people will take their experiences and say, oh, okay, I can do something different and have a different outcome in my engagement, and actually have a lot more fun on social media, actually get a return for the time spent on social media. Because that was probably the other part too, is like the fact that when we started this, I was responding to hundreds of DMs of people who were not even following me or any of that kind of stuff on my Instagram. It was crazy. And I couldn't think it was because they didn't like me or nothing like that. It was like, it must be because they don't know. And if they don't know, then who's going to tell them? And so that's been my commission since December 5th of 2020.
Hey, Scrap.
Hey, Queen.
Hey, so I just wanted to share a heartfelt note. Kiwi says that she is here in essence, and she's absolutely thankful that you allowed her to be a part of this entire journey. She is congratulating you. She says she's at work right now, and definitely just she actually to send you love on this, and just let you know that she's absolutely in the spirit, and she could be there physically, or she would be, but she is so proud of you, and she's just so excited to have been a part of the journey. And yeah, I'll leave that there.
So
but you already know Kira.
Yeah, so for most of y'all that don't know Kira, Kira's like my little sister, and outside of maybe Fireman and maybe one or two other people, she's been rocking with me the longest on this platform, and really rocking with me in ways when other people that was connected to us, that was rocking with us, fell off. Kira stood in the fold, and she's my sounding board. She's the person that, I sent the book to her, in the third edit stage, and she helped, and she's such a she's, even when in her absence, I carry her with me wherever I go, is the best way I can say it. Kira's with me on this social digital currency journey all the way. She's even in the midst of dealing with life on the West Coast and the things that she has to deal with, she's always been there. And even when she wasn't, I knew she would be if she could be. So even that, hearing you say that, Queen, let her know. And I'll probably call her later or whatever, and just kind of let her know where things are at and how things have been going. But yeah, she's a rock star, and she knows it. You know what I mean? Like they're like, I can't express how I've been extremely blessed to be surrounded by some of the coolest people over the last couple of years, since this pandemic, when it comes to Clubhouse and discussing social digital currency. Man, you guys are some of the best people that I've had to share my mental space with and my conversational space with, even when we're arguing with some people, even when we're debating and having a discord, but more so when we're laughing, sharing, and hearing great stories about each other's lives. That to me has what has sustained me throughout these times where otherwise we feel some sort of loneliness. These rooms, you and others have shown that we're in this together, and to have these conversations, to talk about things, has helped walk these years and made them kind of, made them really interesting and fun, and like I said, filled with so many different roller coaster of emotions, that to get to this point, to be able to take a piece of it and bottle it up and say, here it is, or book it up or package it up, so to speak, to say this is a piece of what was carrying us through this thing too. Man, it's awesome. So tell her, when you speak to her again, just let her know she's well represented in this room.
Oh, I definitely just let her know. She's really facilitated, and I'm thankful that you sent such good graces, because I know that she feels it through the ether, because although we are apart, quote unquote apart physically, one thing social media and social digital currency has taught us, that we're all united through the current and the soul urge and force and drive that we have within us. And, to be able to utilize that in a capacity that brings knowledge and wealth and abundance within all realms. I mean, it's just truly like, that's God right there. That is proof that, whether you believe or not, that is proof that God exists. Whether that God exists within you or you look at it as external, just know that we're all connected for the greatest source and the greatest power. So, like I said, I commend you, for everything that you're doing. And I'm just so thankful for all the genuine, heartfelt love and connections that have been established through these platforms, because it gets us back to the bare bone basics. We are the currency that we seek and we keep, period. If you're feeling depleted, reach out to somebody like Scrap, like myself, like Lisa, Rory, Hunt, 10K Cards, of course, and anyone else that you feel compelled to reach out to, because it will make an impact on your life, and it's not by any coincidence. If anything, it's by serendipity, and that means just a soul like connection, things like that that'll drive you into even higher heights for yourself, as well as the community and the universe at hand. So just thank you. And y'all continue to just stay, uplifted in whatever you're doing, knowing that everything that you see is possible. And I'm truly, it's not enough words that I could use to say that, but this is proof right here. And thank you. I'll yield right there.
Yeah, that part. I really should be using more of these sound effects. Yeah, who's that?
Oh my God, man! I just realized something. I'm from Marietta, man. I wanted to invite you guys, all your team. I live in Maui. Been here 22 years. Got 5 kids. I'm opening my door. Y'all want to have a break or do any kind of launch? And I'm kind of a marketing nerd, so I can talk to you later about what I've learned. But I just realized I didn't know who I was talking to. I'll be real. I was just being myself. I saw the book, and I was like, oh, wow, right on. And then I clicked on your profile. I'm like, you're from East Atlanta.
Yeah.
Like, what? I had no idea. No offense. I had no idea who I was talking to. I just said, another kindred soul, you know. And, yeah, I'm from Marietta, man.
That's what's up. That's where you're at now? Where'd you say you were at?
No, I live in Maui. I've been here 22 years. And, yeah, anybody that hears my voice right now, seriously, you ever want to take a break? I love sharing my home here. God has blessed me in many ways. And it's a great place to do any type of conference or mastermind. And yeah, I just wanted to open my door to you and also say, hey, look, I think what you're doing is pretty special, man. I think God brings people together for a reason. I would love to talk to you in the background, and just keep it simple for you. I've learned a lot of really intelligent ways of getting things found through marketing, and that's just been my passion, man. And God's given me a lot of talent. So
I can hear it.
At the end of the day, you know.
No, I can hear it.
What's that?
I can hear it, Chad. Like you can
well,
hear
you know, the voice. You can tell. You know what that is, guys? It's called the Seventh Power. You can check it out on reversespeech.com. We all speak in reverse, and the truth will always come out in reverse. It sounds completely silly, but there's a gentleman that discovered this intuitive sense that we all have. And it's true. You can tell when someone's speaking, especially like you got a preacher. I mean, you just, you know, on the street, and especially when you come from the hood, man. Like you can tell someone like immediately. Man. You know, you got to have that quick. It's a bias that we should have, but it's survival, you know. And you just got to get to the point. Like, all right, this guy my friend, or this guy my foe. You know what I mean? So, yeah, bro.
No, you can hear it, and that is funny. I was looking at. We'll talk. I was looking at something about Hawaii just recently, as far as coming out that way. So that's interesting. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk. My guy.
Yeah, it looks like you're gonna have some fun.
Yeah, indeed. My guy Chris is in the building. Chris Cass. I know he's overseas. It is.
Hey man.
We keeping him up on a Wednesday night.
Nah, man. Like, you know what's funny? Like, I was about to go to bed. Then I saw your room. I'm like, damn, man, you know, I can't go to bed without saying congrats to you, bro. It's 3 a.m. over here, super late. I just finished working in the studio, but I thought to you know, congratulate you, man, on your book release, bro. I know, man, the hustle that goes in there, the passion, the sweat, the tears, the stress, the pressure, the anxiety, everything. But the fact that you've managed to overcome all them feelings and to achieve the release of this book, man, you deserve all my respect, man. You know, I came here just to let you know that I'm proud of you. As black man to black bro, you know, I love celebrate my black people's success. I think that it's super important to do that. Man, I'll get the book for sure. Yeah, if you ever need me, man, I'm here, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got me now, man. I've heard you speak a few times, and man, you know, substance. That's one thing I like about you, man. Substance, bro. Yeah, man. Congrats once again. Let's keep in touch, man. I gotta go to bed. I got work tomorrow morning, man.
That's what's up. You. Listen, Chris. So for any of my people who are, you know, scattered throughout the globe, the book is available on Amazon UK.
Perfect.
Yeah, man. My people just back chatted me and told me that, and I remember them showing me that there are several different countries that the book will be displayed on, and the UK is absolutely one of them. When I come back over, man, you know, I got some people over there. I got a cousin over there that I like hanging out with when I fall through. I've probably been to the UK about 11 times maybe. So, you know,
man.
Yeah.
But if you come through, mate, but I actually live more specifically, I'm in Ireland, Dublin City.
What's the name of the island?
You know in Dublin? I say like I'm actually in Ireland.
Oh, that's right, Ireland.
It's a small city beside England, so that's where I'm at. I don't know.
How far is that from Dublin?
Flight 40 minutes flight, man. It's near. I mean, you could drive like 2 hours drive. It's not really far, actually.
Okay. No, I would probably drive if I flew into Dublin, which I've got a recording artist that I have been working with over there. I would fly.
I think you mentioned is he
No, it's the female. It's the female. Erica, Cody.
Yeah, Cody, right?
Yeah,
that's my girl, man.
Yeah. So her first.
That's my friend. I mean,
that's what's up. Yeah, for her first project, I co-produced it with her.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, she doing good out here, man. She get a bunch of shows left and right.
Yeah, she's doing great. She's doing the dance show right now. She's doing the Dance with the Stars.
Yeah, I'm aware. She's signed to this booking agency called MCD. That's where I'm signed as well. So we kind of like connected over here. We all like tight. Yeah, man, I know her, man. We good. We family, bro.
Yeah. The world just got smaller, didn't it?
For small.
Yeah, that's dope. So that would be the only, like for me, I would, I've always told her I'd come over and so we could work in person. She built a studio at her place or whatnot. So I was like, maybe I'll fly over and we get some work done, and then I would hop over to London and
small world, bro.
Yeah, man.
Small world.
Yeah. That's what's up. But yo, I invited Chris, man, because again, Chris, like Charles, like Rory, strong rooms. They command great respect, and they have always, from day one, have always been a proponent of support for social digital currency and myself, and they've just been really active in the community. And if you could ever have such thing as a digital handshake that felt like family, that's what it was. That's the embrace. Is been warm and inviting, and I try to show up and support as much as possible because of that love and support and embracement that they've given. So I was like, yo, I don't want to do a room, without inviting my people. So, definitely appreciate it.
That's all love, man. Bro, it's you, man. You paved the way for a lot of people, in case you didn't know. A lot of people. And, unfortunately, a lot of people, some people don't have the courage to elevate or to lift or to praise those who paved the way. So I've got no problem, when I see somebody did something that made me change my perspective, or something that changed my perspective, bro, I'll give you your flowers, bro. First off, when I heard you speak about social digital currency, I was like, man, this dude has a way to break it down, bro. That's unique, right? That was the day that I started fucking with you. That day, I was like, man, like, you gotta be honest, bro. When somebody doing something great, let them know. Mm-hmm. Yo, man, you do something unique, bro. That's how you somehow end up learning from that as well. So I've learned a lot from you, man. Even the room that we had a few days ago about influencers, and you said one thing, that you said that you're not an influencer, you are a thought leader. Man, that shit fucked my mind, bro. That shit blew my mind away. I'm like, man, thought leader. So that's I call myself now, man, a thought leader. You know what I'm saying? You are impacting people's intellect. That's why I came here, man. I'm saying, to show some love and support. That's all.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. That was a really interesting and fun room. I think that was one of the key takeaways is you have people who want to be influencers, and then there are those of us who think differently, and you can't call us influencers. You have to call us thought leaders, because we're thinking of something in such a way that nobody else is, and we're willing to put our necks on the line for the ridicule and for anything else that comes with it. And I don't know if influencers are willing to do that. So to be able to change people's thoughts and be at the forefront of that, and the way they look at or think about things, that's what I get excited about. And that's what social digital currency, your social media birthright, and how to use it. That's all this book is about, is to say, well, let's look at it a little bit differently. Same stuff that's been in front of you. Like, since the advent of social media, this has been the same stuff since MySpace, since Black Planet, since Yahoo Chat, since the all those early apps that some of y'all may not even know about. Ever since the beginning, this has been there. Like, literally, hiding in plain sight. Social digital currency has been right there, but it's crazy, and mind you, I've been a part of a lot of those social media platforms, and I never looked at it the same until I was active on this platform in such a way that I needed people to understand that there's a reciprocation that should happen in some way, shape, or form that's beneficial to the give and the receive. So I'm not afraid to give first. I think that's the whole point of philanthropy is and it's giving without worrying about receiving. But if people do, or if there's any hope or desire for people to reciprocate, then maybe you should educate them on the best way to do that. And this, again, now I'm thinking again, as relationships go, remember, I started off on this platform, the relationship expert. That was the whole process of, even when I was speaking about music, it was about people's relationship with music. How do you get into the business? Well, how do you manage all that kind of stuff? And it blossomed into that conversation of social digital currency. But it is such a huger thing than just this. This is huge, don't get me wrong, but there's so much more to how we communicate, give, and leave ourselves vulnerable for what people take from us, and then saying, hey, let me educate you on. It's almost like the love languages thing. It's like, I'm going to sow into you, I'm going to give into you.
Yep,
and yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yeah, there's 5 of them.
Right. And so in that, when you are sowing into someone, it would be super helpful if they knew what would matter to you in return. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. As I'm thinking it now, it's one of those crazy things, man. In relationships, you get into a situation where someone says they do something for you and you enjoy it, and then you go and you do something that may not be what they were looking for or look at as a reciprocity point. Until they say to you, and you won't know until you either ask, which some people do. Some people you give and they say, well, how can I pay you back? And then you have to reiterate, well, that was truly not my intent, because you don't want to be one of those people who only give to receive. You just say that was not my intent. But should you ever feel the desire to, do something for me, here's some things that will be super beneficial for me, and it costs you nothing. You can follow, like, comment, turn on notifications. You could share. You could save. There's so many things that you can do on these platforms that are valuable to the person that gave to you. And that's kind of what the premise of it was. But that's the same in just about everything we do. And to be one of those things that we kind of put into practicality in our lives, I think is ginormous if we use it, and if we use it correctly. And hopefully, now that they got
Scrap, that's so important, man. You just made me realize, as a father, I had to do that with all my kids, the 5 love languages. I mean, when someone's looking at a true currency, how does that, look at it digitally? Okay, how can you represent that in the here and now? And their words of affirmation, physical touch, receiving gifts, quality time, and active service. So, like, when you actually tune into that person and say, hey, what's your way of receiving love? Or how can I serve you? How can I lift you up in any way that you find that, most beneficial? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And so this is, again, the book kind of outlines some ways to do that. It shows you what's available to you on certain platforms, and hopefully people will take heed. People say, you know what, this is how I can support you. I know we've all seen the memes where, there have been certain memes that have been out there where they say supporting your friend costs you this much, and they have like a receipt, and then it shows follow, likes, comments, 0, 0, 0, and I think those are cool. I don't think people even understand that they have a value that they can put with that. You know what I mean? Like, if people feel like if they feel like this is something that they can give away freely, in terms of the cost you this 0, 0, 0, 0, well, it does cost them something. Like, it does cost people something. It costs you some social digital currency, which happens to be free in cost, but priceless in what it could mean in value. You know, liking, commenting, sharing, saving, turning on notifications benefits you, but all those other things put things in perspective for anyone else who comes behind you. So for instance, if 1,000 people liked and commented on certain posts, there's every platform that we're on. If 1,000 people like and commented on a certain post within 15 minutes of that post being up, or maybe let's drop it down a little bit more, within 5 minutes of that post being up, the algorithm on any of these platforms, I don't care which one it is, you can choose any one you like, that algorithm is going to reward the recipient of all that social digital currency in such a way, now it's going to elevate it to the main stage and say, hey, everybody else, take a look at this. We've seen it happen while we've been in this room. When we saw it happen when the stat changed. When I came in the room, I told you guys, I said my book is currently at my book is currently at 9 or 7 or 8, and then it went to number 4. Now it's at number 2. That's all a result of what's been happening in the last 3.5 hours of us being in this room. That social digital currency is I know, right? Is affecting that algorithm in such a way that it gets the horn, and that's and that's the exciting part about all of this, is that when you spend your social digital currency correctly, when people effectively want to engage and enjoy the engagement, then great things can happen. So no one will have an excuse as to not know what is possible in terms of their social digital currency spends on each of these applications.
Technology has leveled the playing field in your hands.
Say it one more time, Andy.
Technology has leveled the playing field, and now it's in your hands.
Exactly.
You're right on.
Yeah, man. We have an opportunity to manage it. You know.
Hey guys,
yeah, it's up to us to do it right. That's what it is, you know. And we're the creatives. We're the guys that are in the forefront, and that's why we're on the edge here.
Yeah, I wanted to add what you were just saying, bro. The technology in China is incredible. You know, everyone's spending this social digital currency with one another, and the influencers are really popular. But I just wanted to call attention to what they do over in China, which is live stream shopping, where these guys are called live streamers. Where, for example, like Alibaba's a big company. They were able to gross $84.5 billion in one day. So on 11/11. It's their biggest shopping day of the year. My point is that live streamers, like for example, they have a case of this farmer out in the middle of nowhere. He's able to sell $928,600 in 20 minutes because he's an authentic farmer in the middle of nowhere, and people are actually seeing this as the real deal. And I just wanted to add, as people are sharing their currency, that is a great platform. If that'll eventually come over to the United States, where people can really get in front of the camera, be authentic, and help those people in a stronger connection, and really connect and help people, you know, with their buying purchases, or you know that voice they need to hear in regard to like therapy or whatever it may be. But the live streamer culture over there is huge. So I just wanted to share that with you. It's really, really exciting to see the system that Alibaba's basically just. You could think of every company in the United States. They're like all that combined in one. So
right.
Yeah, it's exciting time.
Sheesh, 900,000 in 20 minutes.
Yeah, just look it up, guys. It's called 11/11. That's an angel number. So November 11th, and every year, what happens is, like for example, Magic Johnson and Kim Kardashian was over there. If you're the real deal, I mean, that's what people want to connect with, right?
Absolutely.
There's a guy. His name's Austin Lee. He's got 48 million followers, and he's like the king of lipstick. That's all he talks about, lipstick. And what it means is, like, if you're the real nerd, you're the geek, like, you can live stream. You just need a platform, is my point, right?
Right.
So Alibaba is just just check it out on your own, guys. It's really exciting. I've been kind of one of the forefront people because I want to see the people that deserve to be found. I mean, that's in a sense what we're kind of doing here in Clubhouse. It's an audio format. It's not necessarily a live stream, but in a sense it is. So it's maybe a little bit harder to kind of navigate. And the Chinese are just, just amazing when it comes to shopping and buying, I should say. And yeah, it's exciting.
Wow. Man, that metric is just crazy. When I'm trying to rationalize that in my head, that 900.
Yeah, it's hard. If you look at a billion, speaking of the title of the book, Billionaire Talk, or a Billionaire Talk of the room, 1 billion is like $3 million a day times 365 days in a year. Like, that's a lot of currency responsibility. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And some people got to realize, you have to deal with taxes. So, like, it could be a problem for some people to make too much money. So it's like too much energy.
Totally agree.
Just like,
totally agree. I think that's why, a lot of these things have the growth that they have is because, like you said, it's such a shock for most people to, you hear those stories. Like, I think Grant says it best. If he had acquired what he has now at the age of 17 or 19, it'd probably be, he'd probably be dead or it'd be gone, So, yeah, I thought about that too, right? I did a room the other day and was just talking about the responsibility that you have when you get this book. If you do it correctly and you start growing like crazy, just be mindful, that there's a lot of people who are going to love you for your growth and the things that you do. And then there may be some people who are, who are challenged by it, and you'll hear, those for some reason, those are sometimes the loudest voices. And I think that's a mindset shift that we need to have anyway, is that we shouldn't give the voice to the negative as much at all, if at all, to enter into that circle that we have of trust for ourselves, than to let these beautiful voices that are speaking life and longevity into us, that we put that up and above all. I've had to tell people a few times, listen, man, same energy you get mad with, you got to go 10 times above that when you're excited, so that you always keep that negativity at a minimum, no matter what. I don't care how mad you get. I don't care what kind of disdain you got for someone or something. It should never be as great as the celebration that you have for that person or that same thing when things are going great. Just the things how I look at things and think about it. But we've had,
hey, Scrap, that's really interesting you say that, because I don't know if you've heard the book, It Takes What It Takes, Trevor Moawad. He talks about being neutral. And when people voice something negative, they've literally proven it gets amplified 40 to 70 times stronger when it's something negative. Something good, it's on the power of 10. So, like, as they say, be careful what you say. Go neutral and just be quiet. Mm-hmm. And what you're talking about with the anger energy, it's amazing how, when you look at what we've all been through with the mass media, how people are parroting negative things, and they just can't. It amplifies because people are not careful what they're saying.
Yep.
And that goes back to being careful with, like, always being teachable. If you can reach that fame or that billionaire status or that power of influence, like, just be like a child. Always be willing to grow, mm-hmm. and just be careful of your energy, how your currency is spent.
That's the key. And that's, again, that's part of this whole thing is, I midway through writing the book, as things were evolving, as I was learning new things, I would have to go back and kind of make some adjustments. And with social media moving as fast as it does, I think I put a disclaimer at the end of each chapter, like, this was done, since then, this has changed and this has transpired, without going into heavy detail about it. And saving some of that for a future update. And when I do the next version or whatever, I'm sure it's going to be overwhelming, because even as I'm, even as recent as a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I would have had to add that Instagram has now added a collaboration feature where two people can benefit from one post. And it's kind of what, this is how you kind of know these social media platforms are paying attention to each other. Do you remember that there was a while back, the question in the town hall here was, how can two different clubs co-host one event? And they were supposed to be making it so that both clubs could benefit from that engagement, but it never came. They haven't figured it out yet. Well, Instagram figured it out. As a matter of fact, the interview I did with Rory was a collaboration. It started off, I didn't know what it was. He sent me an invite. He sent a request to collab, and I was like, this was after we had done the interview, and this was when he had it packaged and ready to post. At the point of him posting it, it asked to collaborate, and I was like, okay, sure. I thought in my mind, I'm like, I've already done it. I've already done the collaboration, and so I pressed yes, and it was really, really cool. I saw the information and the conversation that the comments were being, for the people when they left comments. I saw the comments. I was able to respond to the comments. Rory saw them. He was able to respond. And the engagement was huge because it was some of his fans mixed with some of my, well, not fans, some of his supporters mixed with some of my supporters. And it was like a cool moment to see them all interact and watch each other's comments. And I think this is really going to be a ginormous thing for Instagram because it makes you want to create more with others, knowing that it doesn't have to be your post or my post. It can be our post, and we can both really, really run it up. You know what I'm saying? So it's just another reiteration that collaboration is king when it comes to all of this stuff. And again, that's what I hope that this book will induce is more collaboration. I hope that it will take people from a perspective of, let me follow, like, comment, to help you understand I'm with you. I'm on the same page. We have similar interests, and then how can we work together? How can we do something that is mutually beneficial for both of us in this creative space that we're both in this entertaining space that we're both in, or, in that situation. So that would be, I see the benefit in it. But again, it came so recent that I couldn't include it in this particular book. And each one of them have kind of added a nuance. YouTube has added applause, which is a tipping mechanism to do after the fact. Like if you go back and watch this on YouTube, then you could, if you enjoyed it, you can tip. Primarily they have super chat and super chats and super stickers. So if you're on my live on YouTube and you appreciated something or you wanted to acknowledge something, you would do that. Now they have applause where if you're not in the live at the time, in order to do those things, you can applause after the fact. And I thought that was pretty cool too. But they're all adding something, and that to say that as much as social media is evolving, as much as the ability to engage, and then from their aspect is monetize, but the engagement is the greater piece of it all. You want to be in a position where what there is to do to create that engagement past the point of just following and liking.
Yeah, Scrap, that's what they do in China. They're really big on the giving and the live streams, and just there's people trying to compete to give the biggest donation to the particular live streamer, and yeah, it's gone huge, man. So you're going to see that when you watch in the videos of kind of the breakdown of their systems. But I just wanted to add what you're saying about the collaboration thing. That's changed my life because I studied Mr. Wonderful at Shark Tank.
Yeah,
he's like. The one thing that I got from him, you can listen to everyone teach, I really keyed into his key thing. He says the 4 things I look for when someone comes on Shark Tank, if they don't know, then we give them the boot. And he said the first thing, they got another margin. Second thing is break even. And the third is competitors, right? And the fourth is growth. Well, I was doing the competitor thing, and I was like, man, how about collaborators? That's an infinite game. Mm-hmm. It's all about sharing the abundance. So we're coming from the old world, which is like you got to think about your competitors. But I think that's the biggest mind shift is like, who can I collaborate? Who can I share, my wealth with?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, we're all helping each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
100%.
It all is the word again that the word that Usher used that I've been embracing is philanthropic. It's just is what you do when you give. And that was the quote that I have in the book is from my mentor. You'll read it. It says, The knowledge isn't ours to keep. Give all you know and leave your vessel empty. This was from, you'll read in the beginning, I've got two people I dedicated this book to. One is my mentor, Bernard Terry, who passed away last year, probably in, I want to say August or July. He heard a loud noise outside of his studio, outside of his house, which is also, he has a studio out back, recording studio, and he heard a loud bang, runs out and finds a car tipped over. The young lady is DOA, and there's a baby in the car. He pulls the baby out, saves the baby's life. 4 hours later, he has a massive heart attack. All I could think was, it was indicative of him because he is such a giving person. He's always giving, and at times I would ask myself, why did he choose me out of the? So let me give you a little backstory. When I met Bernard, I was in a singing group in my city. I was in one of the best singing groups in my city, and I was the 4th best singer in a 4-man group. So, so we're going to his studio to record our first record, and I had produced it. And when he heard it, he was like, "It's good, but you need to do this." And he kind of sent us away. He wouldn't let us spend our money. Then I came back and he said, "You need to do this." And he kept giving me these things to do. And I was like, why is he telling me? He would, and the way he told me, it was more leading than it was answering. So he would say, "Your drums are, you need to work on your drum tracks. Go listen to blah, 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 blah." He wouldn't tell me what I was listening for or anything. I just sent me in that direction. And slowly but surely, as I started dissecting these things and the information, I started getting better. And finally I came and he was like, "When do you guys want to record?" And that was kind of like that thing that made me understand. Now, mind you, he gave me a tongue lashing. Like, when I tell you, he used to break my balls. When I tell you, he used to just, "Yo, this ain't it. Are you listening to what you do?" He was giving me, he made my skin, he was going in on me, Chad, and he really toughened me up for this business called the music business. So once I did that and I really got a grasp on it, everything around me started changing. The atmosphere, the people who I was working with, the respect. I started becoming known throughout my city, and then I started becoming known outside of the city. And my goal was never to be the best in the city, it was to be the best in the world. And so he challenged me, in that way, and pushed me to want more. And so with him, I ended up leaving and coming to Atlanta with $40 in my keyboard. And my story in that regard is a full-on faith-based story on how I was led here and how I was guided, and I just followed. And I moved here with $40 and just my keyboard. Was only supposed to be here for 2 weeks. I never left. I went home once when 5 months later after I got here. I went home once, and that was to pay speeding tickets, so I could get my license back, because that was one of the turning points here in Atlanta. I was here with Andre Rison, the football player, and while he was still dating Lisa Left Eye Lopez. Yep. So I was staying with them, and he called me last minute while we were out and said, "Hey, I got tickets for the Hawks game. Y'all need to get over there." And I was off 285 and 20, so I was driving down 20 doing about 120, 135 miles an hour when I got pulled over. And I got pulled over, and I couldn't even tell a lie without laughing to the police officers to try to get off. I kept cracking up every time I kept trying to make up a lie. And then finally, I was probably the best dressed person in jail for those like 7 or 8 hours. I'm in a Versace shirt with cream pants, and I had on boots. It was the most ridiculous experience in terms of of doing that. So once that happened, he they came and bailed me out after the basketball game, and and then he was like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Yo, I had some speeding tickets up north, and I think I missed a court date." And he was like, "All right, well." The next day, we're sitting in his car. He's counting some money. He said, "If you can guess how much money I got in my hand, I'll give it to you." And I was like, he showed me, they were all hundreds. I looked at it, it was kind of a thin bunch, but it was kind of like, okay. I was like, 15. And he was like, yep, you got it. And now in hindsight, now that I'm saying it to you right now, he may have just been lying and just wanted to give me money to pay for those tickets. So I left the next day, drove to Flint, drove to Flint, Michigan, drove to Detroit, Michigan, drove to Saginaw, Michigan, which were all the places where I had these tickets. And I paid off all the tickets, and then I picked up my things and I returned back to Atlanta, and I had never left. But that's the foundational part of that. But I dedicated the book to Bernard because he was my musical father figure that gave me the recipe and the sauce for what I use as I proceed forward in life. Like I literally just exchange information with people who I think need it or are in the vicinity to receive it, and you can tell that they need that word, and then being transparent and open enough to be led to hear something, to you know, I still dream, I still let myself, you know, I still have those flights of fancy, or whatever you want to call them. I still allow myself to believe, and you know, when I do that, I attract all these different elements, and in that's where this idea of social digital currency came. It's just like it's just that thinking on a different place, and it's crazy because at times I got people who would tell you, man, you think crazy, man, you think different than and at one point I used to shield myself from that by fitting in, by really just doing what everybody else, you know, as much as I could. Just, you know, you got to remember, I've got green eyes naturally. And most of y'all can see, you know, as of lately, I've been rocking blonde hair, and that just shows you how comfortable I am now. But before, you know, I used to wear shades a lot. I still wear sunglasses every so often now, but not as dark as what I used to wear before, because my quote unquote friends used to ridicule me about how I got girls. They used to be like, oh man, the only reason why you talking to girls because your eyes, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, bro, I had on shades. What are you talking about? Like it got to that. It's like, yo, I'm wearing sunglasses, so why would that even be a thing? Why are we talking about that? You know, it's really not that. It's the way that I think. It's my personality. It's my character. It's those things. And as I became comfortable with who I was, I attracted more of the ability to dissect these things. And that, again, my mentor is the person who really taught me the power of dissecting. In order, it's funny because now that I say it, as I'm saying this stuff, y'all don't understand the light bulbs that are going off. Dissecting it to get to where I want to be is a key element in mixing records. They use the subtraction method to get to get and manipulate the sound more than they do the addition method, which is boosting sound and whatnot. They actually take sound away or take frequencies out to get that full sound that you guys hear in records, and that's why it's kind of blowing my mind. Then the other dedication is to a young man that used to be on this platform. He passed away of COVID in June, I believe, and his name is Jin Woo, and some of you might know him, some of you might remember him. We used to call him Wolf, and he was one of the first rooms that I went into that was massive. Like I had an assistant at the time, and she had stayed up all night, and he ended up inviting her on his stage and modded her and everything, and then she hit me, called me, it's like, hey, you should get in this room, it's a very powerful room, blah 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 blah. And I was like, cool. And I came, and then she invited me on stage, and there was a huge queue, at least an hour-long wait. I waited in the room, and when he got to me, he was like, hey, Scrap, welcome to the room, you know, what do you want to do, and da da da. And I was like, you know, being on this platform has really made me want to be you know, I want to be a speaker. I want to be a motivational speaker. I want to, you know, I talk about social digital currency and how it's going to change the world, and I just want to be on a platform and be able to do that and to share it. And he says, you know what, you already are. And he gave me so much encouragement that you ever have somebody encourage you in such a way where it makes you sit up straight in your seat? That's what he did. His encouraging words that day really reminded me of who I was and kind of corrected my posture on this platform. And from there, I really took off running. I left him with this thing I used to do because they called him Wolf. I on that stage that day, I had the whole audience. It may have been 1,100 people in that room that were on stage, and then there was a slew of others that were just audience and all that. And I had everybody say, do the Wolf Howl is what it became known as. And anytime I entered the room with him, I make everybody go like that. And the time that we did it initially, he was like, his mom heard it and was like, "What's going on in there?" And it was a moment. So yeah, so when he passed, it really made things very real, and it made me really also want to focus and immortalize what he meant to me in these words. And I wanted to dedicate the book to him. So in the opening of my book, you get the name, you get the dedication immediately after, and it just keeps it puts it all in perspective. You know what I'm saying? I think that a couple people said it earlier. Chris was probably one of the last people to say it. Is just acknowledging people, that they have a profound impact on you. So I'm hoping that, not only the book itself will be a part of my legacy, but how it affects people and how it changes people, how it helps people have some success, that it'll also allow me to be a part of their legacy.
Hey, Scrap.
Hey, Queen.
Hey, so guess what? I'm so glad that you had that conversation, right? Because I'm about to give you some gems, send some of my social digital currency with you and to the tribe.
All right.
You were telling that when you were speaking on, when you were recanting your story about, the traffic tickets and things like that, and then, and that little stuff and shit like that. I'm laughing because I done been there before. Not for traffic tickets, but, I know how this shit is. And I was, it's about the energy you keep, right? But I just wanted to say, and this is a little sidebar, but just for help, did you know that it is it's a violation of 15 USC 1602P for you to have pretty much get a ticket back? Like, that's unauthorized credit card use. So whenever somebody asks you, I should say, they ask you for your license and registration, that's 2 credit cards right there. Legally, it's 2 credit cards right there. And they never say, like, I'm about to go, run up your credit, literally. 9 times out of 10, they're going to come back with a piece of paper saying that you owe something. Hence the reason why it's considered unauthorized credit card use. And you can actually get your money back for that by utilizing a statement that they've had of like charges, as well as saying it's a violation of 15 USC 1602P.
Wow.
Which is pretty much like, I know for a fact that you did not have authorization because I did not give you prior authorization to run my credit card, because your ID is linked to your birth certificate bond as well as your social security number, because you need both of them to be able to obtain a license anyway. And those 2, they usually have 2 barcodes on the back, swipe or skew, whatever the case might be. And you have an account number on the front. Same way that you do with the credit card. So I just wanted to say, thank you for sharing that, because I was able to spend some of my social digital currency here again.
I'm sure that's going to help somebody else. Hopefully I'm not in that position again, knock on wood.
No, but you can get it back. Now that you've already taken care of it, now you really have like
what's the statute on that? Because that's been a while.
No, listen, anything like that, like you can go back. Like, that's like, what do they call, like severance or something like that. You could just settle out of court for that. Like, hey, I realized, after I paid this that, that y'all actually owe me money. You fucking mean?
Yeah. I got an ad on that. That actually, it all falls under the law of boxing too. Anything written in the box is not to be considered on paper. Some of you guys remember in English, when you actually follow contract law, understand that you're really strict with the grammar. The symbols mean a lot. So anything that you have in brackets or parentheses is considered no contract or void. So just like when you fill out an IRS document where you got boxes you got to fill in, you've got a ticket that's all in a box. So it's called the Four Corners Rule or the Law of Boxing. So all these volunteer paperwork that we're basically in contract with as all falls under maritime law or shipping law. So we're all in contract from birth, just like when you birth a vessel or birth a ship. And that's why we have relationships and courtships.
Wow.
So it's all dealing with it's called the fraudulent conveyance of language, Title 18, Section 1001, 1002. So in a summary, the language that we speak is Babel. They have everyone under contract, and it's all finally being brought to the surface as we all connect with other people that speak the truth. And it's satanic. So it's not going to happen anymore. So all of us are coming together to grasp a new system, which will be one word, one meaning, because legally a word can have many different meanings in a court where, like, first of all, why do you call it a court? That's where you play a game, right? It's not a level playing field. It's not fair. So what you're talking about is totally valid. Once you get into that theater or that game, it's all or nothing. You can't be like just a little bit. You've got to be completely 110% committed to basically getting out of contract. So yeah, it's pretty. It's very exhausting system.
Wow.
Chad, thank you for bringing that up. This is Janine. I had to chime in on this one because I'm dealing with contracting, realizing how much it's affected my life for 20 years, working for the New York City Department of Education. Yeah, I'm just like putting it out there. And so now that I've realized it, and teachers and educators and employees are realizing it in New York as their rights are getting taken away, it's a pretty big deal. So people are counter-contracting all these companies, all of their employees right now for, counter-contracting an offer for, the hot topic of the
right.
last couple of years. Yeah. So anyway, I digress.
Yeah, it's like trying to speak Shakespeare, and it's a new system. It's called the quantum legal language. So, like I said, the most important thing is one word, one meaning. When you consult a dictionary, Webster's dictionary, by the way, Webster was actually a lawyer. When you're going into a courtroom, you're reading from a different dictionary, and you guys would be shocked if you got an old Black's Law dictionary or any dictionary that's, especially in the past, it's not fair. And like, who wants to go to a courtroom? It's an ugly place, you know what I'm saying? It's very deceptive, and it's been going on for a long time. Like, for example, the reason why the mortgage industry crashed in 2008 was because have you guys ever autographed? That's the correct word, not signed, which is simulation.
Exactly.
Have you guys ever? Have you ever signed a mortgage? It was only one signature. That's not a contract. It's ridiculous. It's supposed to be between two people on a level playing field, called a document, which is like docking a vessel, right? It's all based on shipping law. It's really a trippy system when you understand basically the trips and traps that exist in that theater. And I've got over 10,000 hours in it, so it's
wow.
Yeah, I had to let it all go because I want to see people being free and having a system that we can communicate effectively so we can have true assets. Because when you go to someone that has great wealth and you say, hey, let me look at your paperwork, and then you can literally do a process which is called syntaxing, and I can literally take out a highlighter and pen and show them how many mistakes are on their contract. It's like what? How come people don't know about this? And they've just kept it quiet for a long time. But like I said, that was the reason why the mortgage industry crashed in 2008, because there was a genius that discovered a mathematical interface of all languages amongst all the contracts on Earth, and basically broke the code, and it destroyed the system because he proved that the mortgage specifically was a fraudulent conveyance of language. It was written in a format that literally was, you had to know the code in order to speak not speak the Babel. So yeah, it's deep.
And Chad, this ties totally into the social digital currency aspect of it. Before this book, many were trying to figure out how to pivot into this new world, of social media and things like that, especially the elder generations and things like that. So to be able to parallel or, correlate the two. Absolutely. Having that same mindset, going into reading the Social Digital Currency book, knowing that you may not be well versed in social media, but recognizing that there are tools that others that have actually gone through it have, and they're willing and able to utilize their energy to be able to bring some type of current flow of abundance into your life. Hence the reason why, Scrap coined the term social digital currency, and it's, I feel like for me, hearing you state that, I just saw this book being like one of those things that actually changes the game. People are like, well, shoot, we don't need to spend money. We could just, utilize services, utilize, social digital currency. And everything's going to like metaverse / cryptocurrency and things like that anyway, due to the fiat crashing. But with all that being stated, people will need to know a way out. This is like, being able to govern a new covenant, if you will, to be able to say, hey, it's okay. We understand it might be scary, but here are some quick tips and some good things that you could do to be able to maximize your capabilities and your social digital currency on these platforms, and be able to take out that middleman of fear, to having people more connected to one another so that Babel can truly fall. Babylon can truly fall, and a new nation of beings can rise up and say, it's okay. We don't need money because we recognize that the currency that we have is the currency that we seek and keep, right? Or keep, therefore, we don't need to seek for anything else. Like money is not going to validate it. But definitely buy that book, though. Don't get me wrong with what I'm saying. Y'all make sure y'all buy that book. I'm just saying. But I definitely wanted to spin the block back and let y'all know that it all does correlate. And I'm so thankful for the experiences and the topics of discussion this evening. And Queen got us some complete.
Hey, Scrap, I wanted to tell you, man, go to GoDaddy.com. SocialDigitalCurrency.com is available to buy, and it's somebody owns it, but they got a broker fee for like $69. So I'm just checking it out. So that is available.
Yeah, you better
grab that.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't. And the reason why we have your and my social digital currency is because that wasn't available before. So y'all do that.
Yeah, it says they have a broker service fee, so you might want to just maybe refresh that and go back there. They might be able to. It says $69.99 right now, so if someone wants to go for it and keep maybe reasonable. I just looked at a domain. I'm doing a lot of blockchain stuff. I was like, all right, I'm gonna look see what if it's available. The guy wants $10 million for the one I just looked at.
Wow.
Okay. I'm helping people with the blockchain because that's like, oh man, it's just my dream is to see people like the simplicity of communication and let's share, man. At the end of the day, it's like, how can you walk by someone struggling? Like, hey man, you good? Like we're all family. You know what I mean?
Right.
Especially in God's eyes.
That part. Nah, man.
Hi.
Who's that speaking?
Hi, it's Lisa. Can I jump in and say hi for a minute?
Absolutely.
I just want to thank you for the space. I've been here for a couple hours. I bought the book. I can't wait to read it. I love the title very much. And I don't know you at all, Scrap, but I was drawn to you, like we were talking about energy and connections and how we help others. And I was drawn to you to stay here for about 3 hours. So I can't wait to hear your book with your voice too, because you have such a beautiful voice.
Thank you.
That's almost preacher-like in a great way, where it's the thought leader voice definitely comes out for me to stay here this long,
Yeah.
And everyone else in the room has brought so many beautiful gems that I'm like, wow, I don't even know. I mean, I'm like, where have I been? I don't even know the details of blockchain and the crypto things that are going on that are popping. I'm in my 50s and I'm still always learning, and I've learned so much here. So I can't wait to read your book. And to me, it kind of feels, because I follow people and I like comments, and I've an okay following on Instagram. You know, it's growing, but there's a lot of people that can't vibe high or don't like when you vibe high. And I naturally vibe high, so I've had to, you know, lose a lot of people recently that just can't. I kind of burn their eyes, if you will, not because of my, not because I'm so beautiful. It's the energy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really making commitments to just attract. I think it was Chad that was saying, you know, like attracts like.
Yeah.
And so I can't wait to read your book. And it just kind of feels like I wrote a note down. I've been writing a few notes, but it's kind of like social media manners, you know? It sounds like what you're talking about as well. Would that make sense?
I think it plays a role in it, absolutely. That there's an etiquette to how you are to show up online, and in that, because it has value, that's why I entitled it Social Digital Currency. But yeah, absolutely, there's an etiquette and a position. I tell you straight up, listen, don't DM anyone without following and liking and commenting on their stuff. You come off very weird, just jumping in somebody's DM with. It's almost like going up to somebody and saying, you know, let's make love, and you haven't even said hello yet. You haven't even taken them on a date yet. You haven't, you know, really seen if there's any kind of chemistry there. That's kind of the same premise. So yeah, absolutely.
That makes sense. Yeah, I don't direct DM people for money. Unfortunately, my Instagram account has been copied about 15 times, and I get messages, oh, because I'm a psychic medium and intuitive. And by the way, really quick, not just a sidebar, the gentleman that you referred to in your book, when you mentioned their names, I got the chills very much. So I didn't catch the gentleman that you would howl with in the room.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Wolf, Jin Woo.
Jin Wolf, yeah. And I'm just here to tell you that he is going to keep giving you downloads. Okay, he's never going to stop communicating with you. I know that for sure.
Quantum.
Yeah. He's. I don't want to get into it too deep, but I'm just going to tell you this. He's very, 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 very honored and extremely proud of you. And that's when he said his name. You know, I'm very intuitive and I work in other realms. That's the message I got for you from him. And he will continue to guide you and direct you and be always by your side. I just want you to know that.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much for the sharing.
No,
yeah, I concur with what you stated. I felt that energy as well.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's just beginning for you as far as he's concerned. So congratulations, and I can't wait to read the book. And thank you for holding this great space. I've learned so much.
That's what's up. Thank you for being here.
And look, one thing. Look, once the ancestors are backing you, once people think that like people cross over like they're dead, I'm telling you, they will carry the biggest weight for you so that you don't even have to deal with it on like your own. Yeah. Like, so the fact that you've been, acknowledged it in your passages, it's just like, dude, like, yeah, bro, I got you. Like, straight up. Like, I'm about to move these mountains to you because, yeah, you really looked out for me and you kept me alive, literally. So.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that's true, Queen. I agree.
I agree,
Queen. You know, like, people, the ancestors, especially in Hawaii, the ancestors speak through your voice. So you look at it from a DNA perspective, like you are just channeling. You know, I stand on the leaders or the former Titans. I mean, it's an amazing visual, but like you're reciting quotes from former leaders or quoting Jesus or the Bible, what have you. It's like the voice is extremely powerful, extremely powerful.
Mm-hmm. And when you're connected to someone so much from the heart center and they inspired you so much, they're not going to have you do the work alone. Are you kidding me? There's no way. In my design world, I'm an interior designer. My late mother's been gone almost 25 years, and she had beautiful taste and all this stuff. She helps me all the time in my design projects. Go here, I hear a download. Go to this place, find it here. This is going to look amazing together. I'm like, I don't know how I did that. and it's definitely her. So I just want to leave you with that. Thank you so much, everyone who's spoken. I've heard you. I see you. I acknowledge you, and I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, man. And thank everybody who's been here. We're just over 4 hours, and I really, I didn't know how long I was anticipating on being online. I was really trying to, save space for some others, some special guests that said they were coming tonight. But they, they have huge commitments, and I understand and respect that. But for all of you, man, you guys are the celebrities tonight. You guys are the rock stars for showing up and hanging out, and your contributions. For those of you who bought the book, awesome, man. I appreciate it. For those of you who have left a rating and a comment, love that. Should you guys feel the energy to share any of this stuff with anybody that like I said, the greatest social digital currency spin that we can have is when we share the content with those that are in our community, that are in our spaces, and expand it 2 to 10-fold or more. That's awesome. That's one of the greatest social digital currency spins that we have, is the sharing. So I'll say, I really am just, like I said, I'm humbled by the presence of everyone who's here, everyone who's spoken. And I love all the different dynamics that we've talked about, the impact of social digital currency, spiritually, socially, economically, all those different ways that we've had an opportunity to communicate about them. And just those sidebars of conversation just makes me realize I really do need to present these rooms more often so that we can communicate. And the intimacy of this room tonight has been endearing. And like I said, I can't say I've been moved several times tonight by you guys' conversation, your love, and your adoration for the book, and for just your inspiration to continue to do what I'm doing and to present this stuff, man, and the foresight that everybody has been projecting. I touch and agree with all of you right now, and I consume it so that I can regurgitate it in my physical form as we move forward. And I want to say thank you for everybody who's shown up tonight. I want to leave the room open for a couple more minutes for anybody who has any last words, concerns, or comments. Anybody else, Chad, I appreciate what you have in the back channel. I briefly tapped on it, and I saw that it was you that left messages. If anybody else has anything that they really want me to know, or a website I should check out, or some things like that, feel free to leave it in the back channel. I haven't checked it while we've been communicating because I wanted to be actively involved in the conversation and direct with you guys and giving you my fullest attention. So again, thanks everybody who's been here. What's up, Doc?
Hey, Scott.
Hey.
Sorry I wasn't able to speak earlier. I know I came on stage. I was helping Gary over here, so
Yep.
And he's finally down and feeling a little better.
That's awesome.
I wanted to stop by and make sure that I show my respect and also congratulate you on this amazing book.
Thank you so much.
For all of you that don't know my relationship with Scrap, it's been very kind of incidental. I heard Scrap in one of the other rooms, and I was just blown away by what he had to say, and I saved the comment, I saved the little video from Clubhouse, and I shared it on my Instagram, and then I decided to reach out to him to see if we can collaborate on things. And I don't want to share a lot about this yet, but we do have a project going on, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be buying 10 copies of the book as well, and we'll be giving it away to some of the creatives in the metaverse. And we're hoping to spur more collaboration and more live collaborations in our metaverse. That's kind of what our project is going to be about. But we'll be sharing more about that later. I just wanted to make sure that you guys know that Scrap has been one of the most influential people for me to gain some exposure on this app, and also to kind of start building my visibility in the art space. My background has been totally different, and I've been able to connect, thanks to Scrap, with a lot of amazing people on this app. So I just wanted to send them flowers and big thanks. and I definitely look forward to connecting with him and many others who are just as amazing. Thank you guys for having me tonight.
Oh, wow. Thanks so much. Listen, if you guys are not following her, you should follow her now. Her art is off the chain. If you guys know, like I know, and you kind of, trust me a little bit, it's inspiring. She's got some pieces that I was like, you know how you look at someone's artwork and you say, how do you even put a price on it? How do you say, the value of something so dope? And she's incredible. Very, very thorough. I love her passion. And that's as a creative, we're all drawn to passionate people. We know what it takes to get out here and to expose ourselves and to be vulnerable. And you could tell that she loves what she does. It's in her work, and it jumps off the page and into your heart and mind. So yeah, man, I'm excited about our future and the things that we got going on. But I'm so humbled today, and I thank you so much. And she didn't tell you, like very few people that you meet on here do you actually ever get an opportunity to meet in person. And my hope is that, through the success of this, there are a few people, matter of fact, on the stage right now, Big Will, Venus, and Doc are a few of the people that I've literally, like, Big Will and Venus, we met out here in Atlanta, and then Doc actually has been to my studio in my house. So in the space, if you're online, if you're looking, she's been right here. There's a picture she has where we took, like, right here in front of it where she was holding the book. But that just shows you how special of a person that she is. And I hope to get an opportunity that this creative endeavor that I'm on now will allow me to be somewhere and be like, yo, man, I was in the room with you, and and this has happened a few times, which is really cool. And this is kind of the other reason why, adding the YouTube element to it is also to help people actually see the person, so they can be like, oh, okay, recognize when we're out. Because those were some really cool things. It was the opportunity to link up. And so Doc is a part of the circle, and she does some incredible stuff that we hope to be able to show you guys soon. So I'm so appreciative of you. Thank you for doing that. You know what I'm saying? And and that is such a ridiculously dope social digital currency spin. And it's been cool to hear from you and from 10K and from John that it's going to be to spread it even further. And I think I can't ask for anything more than that. I can't ask for anything more than for people to say, not only am I going to receive a copy, but I'm also going to make sure that this message goes further than me, so the branches on this tree get extended even further. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, definitely. I bought a ebook just so I could read it tonight, because I'm really excited ever since we took that picture together.
Yeah.
And I've been looking forward to it, because you were like, don't open it. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I remember that. So I've been itching and looking forward to it. But I'm gonna definitely read it tonight, and I'm gonna buy physical copies on your site, just so we could share them with others on in the metaverse, and also hopefully encourage those social digital currency shares, just as people are going live and innovating and creating and collaborating and spreading the love and helping each other grow.
That's super dope.
So I'm really excited. Thanks, man.
The funny part is, if you were looking online right now, you see the book in the plastic for the copy that for the one I was like, no, don't take it out. You can see that one.
I know, right?
That's too
funny.
Hey,
Scrap, do you have the books? Do you have the books like all over your house, like stacked in different rooms? I'm just like visualizing you got like hundreds of books in your house you're just trying to get rid of.
Yeah, I gotta. No, listen. So what I did, Chad, so what I did, Chad, with the first 100, I'm actually signing those. Those are all going to be personalized.
That's cool. That's
yeah,
cool.
you know what I mean. Because it's a special moment for me that, for anyone who is investing in me and taking that opportunity, I just want to make sure that y'all knew, my handwriting, my words to you. You know what I mean? So, no, I've got a special room for them though, off to the right of the studio where I keep some of the supplies and stuff like that. But yeah, I do. I got a little setup, and I got a little desk in there so I can sign and package. That's funny.
Hey, bro, I just want to say I love you, man. This has been an honor to be in this room and just doing God's work. And I just want to say I've had a lot of fun. My life has been so exciting just to synchronize. I knew I was supposed to be here to share my message and just, as I say, do God's work. And I'm like, I had no idea who I was talking to at first. I'm like, it doesn't matter, like we're all here to help one another. And I just want to say thanks, man. I appreciate your authentic voice, and I'm excited because I'm like, wow, this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to have so much fun promoting this book, and sharing with other people.
That's what's up.
So cool.
Now, man,
yeah,
I think
appreciate you, bro.
No, listen, the real thanks goes to you for being led and allowing yourself to come in and kick it and hang out. Without any of those realizations, that mattered to some people. It didn't matter to you tonight, and you hung out with us, and man, you're such a wealth of information, man. I think we all benefit from having you in the room tonight. I think we all elevated hearing your advice and your suggestions, and your input tonight is invaluable, man. And I look forward to implementing a lot of those things that we talked about, man, and collaborating and moving forward. But man, I think again, you plus any room that you go into, Chad. If you show up the way that you showed up tonight, man, every room on this platform will benefit from having you in it. And tonight we all did. So thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. As you say in Hawaii, mahalo. Mahalo and aloha.
Mahalo.
Appreciate you.
That's
mahalo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Or as we say, Kuji Jakalia.
I could say, hey.
I know, right?
I miss Atlanta, man. Mrs. Sweet Teas from Waffle House, you know what I'm saying?
That's that part right there. And I had some today, just so I know you probably they don't have a Waffle House out there, do they, Chad?
They have no idea what the heck I'm talking about half the time. People are like, what is a Waffle House? I have to show them on like pictures. And like, y'all know what sweet tea is? Like, you ever heard of Milo's?
That's funny.
They actually sell Milo's sweet tea at the Walmart here. So I'm like, oh my God, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Listen, I barely eat. On so small occasion will I have Waffle House, but today I had Waffle House. I had me a grilled cheese sandwich with some egg white scrambled whale and some grits, just for the record.
You gotta scatter some other covered in chunk. You gotta know that.
Yeah, so I don't do the hash browns like that, man. I never have. I've never done the hash like that. I was like, I'm straight on the hash browns. I just want, I eat kind of light when I go there, but the grilled cheese is always winning. Like, I can't run from the grilled cheese at that spot.
You can't really ever order a light meal at a Waffle House in Atlanta. Like, stop playing.
I'm saying that's as light. That's as light as I got. Is what I'm saying. It's the grilled cheese, the grits, the scrambled eggs, and I had some raisin toast. And I was good to go. I was set. Actually,
I know. If I was with you, I'd be like, "Hey, man, you gonna eat that?" You know what I'm saying?
No, I finished all that and I passed out afterwards. So
exactly that part.
Yeah, I had a moment and I passed straight out.
3 in the morning.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, the leftovers literally last all day. Like, that's a one-day meal. Like Rachel Ray, if she went to like a Waffle House, like her $40 would have only been like 12.
Wow.
All day.
Hey, this is so funny. When you go to Destin, Florida, they literally have a host that's at the door in Destin, like, how many's in your party? I was like, excuse me?
Wow.
She's like, yes, how many's in your party? That's how busy it is down there in Destin, Florida. They have a host at the Waffle House. Oh, man, I miss it. It's fun.
That's crazy. Well, yeah, man, I've had an amazing time tonight, man. If anybody else has any closing words before I close the room, we 4.5 hours strong, so thank you all.
Janine.
Hey, Janine.
Hey, I just want to tell you, Scrap, I don't know if you know about BitClout way back when, or...
Yep, I remember it. I remember.
Did you get your name? Did you get the handle you wanted?
I did not. I didn't indulge at all. I never got on it. I never participated at all.
All right. Well, you may want to consider at least getting your handle, just because, you own your property, all your content there in a different way than on the other social medias. Just putting it out there. As consideration.
Okay, you call it Bit. That's the BitClout, right?
Yeah, there's bitclout.com, or there's so many nodes now.
Yeah, I was big on that.
Cloud.
Yeah, you got to be one word of caution. It was developed by the guys behind Facebook, The big problem with BitClout is a great concept. You just want to read the terms of service. Because, that was a big issue we have with them. There's some because they're taking your Bitcoin and holding it. So I don't know if they've changed, but
there's some
still
stuff,
a word of
but
caution.
yeah, I mean, I'm not no financial advice with it or whatever, but just getting the actual name and not necessarily investing in it or like anything like that. Just getting the
like a game
that you want, the book name, that kind of shit.
Okay.
Yeah, we consider it like playing it like a game just to keep it neutral. Just play it like a game, have some fun with it.
Right. All right. Well.
Yeah, I just tagged you there, even though you're not there. So, and I'll take a screenshot of it and put it up on IG.
Okay. Well, you send it to me so I know what I'm looking at, right?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sure, I'll send you the link.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, you guys.
Are you saving your live for YouTube?
Am I what?
Are you going to save your live for YouTube so that the social
Yes.
digital currency can?
This one, yes.
Absolutely.
And then
Divine Love.
And then again, I'll get on some more. You know what I'm saying? So we can really work through not only this but some other stuff. But go ahead, Queen.
Oh no, I was stating divine love, divine light, divine life, well versed, well entertained, and well knowledgeable. So I appreciate the entire tribe. Scrap, thank you again, and congratulations. And it's been such a bliss as always. Just being in the mix. So love y'all, and until we greet again, y'all already know where to find me. I say I'm ever present, always. Love.
All right, y'all. Make sure y'all following each other, man. Everybody on this stage right now was truly in the giving spirit of educating us and blessing us with your voice and your tone and your information. So with that in mind, this is not goodbye. This is to be continued. Thank you all so much. We're only just beginning, and there's nowhere to go but from up from here, man. I'm so excited. Thank you all so much. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
Aloha, guys. Aloha, love y'all.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Keep in mind the mastermind. I want to do it.